Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover. It's not your story to tell.
It never is, Matt.
And you weren't first.
It never is.
Credit to that guy for being first.
Credit to John Bishop for saying we should talk about it on the show. Shout out to John.
Sure, why not?
I got in the car and I listened to the Mitch Sherman interview, and you were like, yeah, Mitch here, and he's not on the team anymore. And Mitch was like, first time I'm hearing that. That was great. I was like, all right, we're going all in, brother.
Those bobbleheads are not surviving that lead.
No way.
Okay,
Why would he put them there?
My fat ass already knocked into my fat ass already knocked into my cabinet about 7 times today.
There's not enough room. Is Connor just trying to sell these? Is this like a garage sale?
Apparently
or
he turned into a little kid today. And there was a Noah Cameron bobblehead that I was given here from the Omaha Storm Chasers, and I was like, this isn't mine, it's the station, so I'll just leave it here. And he got the bobblehead and he put it on the ledge. And then I think Connor, like a little kid grabbing one toy and then saying, I'm going to grab all my other toys, put all of the bobbleheads here. I think the ones that obviously are very close to me are very highly likely to be broken.
So I'm surprised that he's allowing the World Series trophy model to be there.
Well, that's probably the one that's in least danger because it's fully on the ledge.
That's true.
There's a couple that aren't fully on the ledge.
It's so funny. They talked about it on the show this morning. They said which person is going to be most likely to complain first. And Joey said me. I don't care. I think this is cool.
Which Shecky is that?
Again, cool, but I mean, they're going to get destroyed.
The Shecky right there, right at the corner.
This is best looking redhead in the building. Tough look, John.
Remember those awards, how John got 5 awards and all of them were just dunking on John?
Yeah. Well, I think all of them were dunking on all of us.
I think they were all,
Who got the bushiest beaver award? Did anyone get that one?
I don't remember.
Mine was hard work pays off, but hard work
which one was this?
One word.
Was this one the guy who's like, look, this is my wife?
That's Thompson.
That's Thompson.
Oh, this is my Chinese wife.
Yes. Schechterly was actually Michael Scott. He was to the point where we really had a poker night once.
Yeah, and that was a miserable experience.
Yes.
If I were to power rank some of my least favorite days.
Was this the guy who was like, yeah, you get $15 for the College World Series? Or is that someone else?
No, that was someone.
Wow.
$15. Oh, wait. Yeah, that was so. Not to me. That didn't happen.
Okay.
That happened to one of my coworkers.
Okay. Continue. I'm sorry.
The poker night was terrible. Casino night. It was awful.
Casino it wasn't great.
Yeah. It was awful from a variety of reasons. One was they gave us pretend money and we were supposed to lose to all of our clients, which was totally fine. But he also wanted us to play the games. And so, I had a little bit of money that I had won. And then he was like, what are you doing? You need to lose. And then he gave away thousands of dollars in prizes. And then we had to fire people the next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really awkward.
Yes, it was.
We couldn't park in our own parking lot. They forced us to park at film streams.
Yeah. It's like, come on, man. I understand you got to play the game, but it was quite the experience.
Also, earlier that day, he had me running errands the whole time and basically threatened me with my job if I wasn't back in time and if everything wasn't perfect. He loved threatening my job all the time. He loved
threatening. The producer of this show's job was threatened multiple times.
That's true.
How would he be like, if you don't get the red Solo Cubs back here in 8 minutes, you're fired?
Honestly, he had the authority. He could have.
Well, yeah, he's your boss.
Well, that was never questioned. It was just,
don't you question my authority.
And then he always thought he was funny, but it wasn't. It was just mean.
Our bosses now are funny, though.
Yeah, I love our bosses now.
Yes, love our bosses now.
Okay, now you guys are making it uncomfortable.
Yeah,
see, now
the
people
way you just
wait.
said that is very.
This is like last
awkward.
week when you're like, I'm happy Odson is on vacation. I'm very happy.
Kevin Kugler has soft hands.
I like people.
I found that very funny. No, our bosses here are great. I love them. I love them very much.
Nice.
Was that sincere enough for you, John Bishop?
It's too late. I mean,
this is ridiculous.
If you have to repeat it, it's obvious it's not sincere.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, congratulations to us. What a great win. Our team is definitely going to lose tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Why are you definitely going to lose tonight?
It's just one of those things where you just feel it in your bones. You're just kind of like, they're going to lose tonight.
Maybe that's that you're wearing long sleeves and pants when it's in the 80s and
It
humid outside.
was.
Maybe that's what
it
you're
was
feeling.
raining out when I walked to my car, and
What
I
does that have to
didn't.
do with pants
I
and,
didn't
long
You
want.
can wear shorts in the rain.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get wet and moist and then sit down on a chair all day.
So pants prevent
and then
that?
get and then
Exactly.
get
Yeah,
Longer
that doesn't
pants
make
prevent
any-
getting wet,
That
Nick.
doesn't make any
I
sense.
just
anything,
I
they
just
stay
feel
wet
more
longer.
protected with pants. All right, just I like my pants.
You know what my dad used to tell me when I was growing up?
I
I
love
didn't
you,
want to
son.
go out in the rain. Yes. He used to say,
Just kidding.
S don't melt.
Plus,
What?
it's like
You
a
won't melt if you go out there.
it's like a 50-foot walk from even the furthest parking spot to the
My
door.
my parking spot in my apartment is not close to my.
What's your parking?
apartment.
What is the parking to arriving in your door? How long is that over?
I think it's a 6-minute walk.
Holy
They
God.
have things that extend over your head, and it's on a stick, and it fans out.
I don't
and it's
own.
called
By
Is
the
there-
way,
umbrella.
Is there? There's a song about that.
Matthew says wet and moist.
I do not own an umbrella, and that's
Why
probably
not?
the least surprising thing about me. No, I had one, and it was like one of those tiny small ones that never worked.
As somebody who
No,
didn't own an
you need to
umbrella for the
extend it.
longest
You can't
time,
just hold the thing and expect it to work. You
It
gotta
was a
extend the
small
umbrella.
one, and
You
it wasn't
should-
very efficient.
Matt, you should
That's
get an
what
umbrella.
she said.
Nice.
I know
About
that.
Matt.
I know that there's that Happer and Schaefer promo about things being game changers. Umbrellas are actually game changers. You don't think about it, and then
You
you,
could
use
wear
one, and you're like,
shorts.
"Wow, I can wear shorts."
Then you
now.
could have wore shorts. Yeah,
Josh
exactly.
Hodson in the chat. No one under 28 owns an umbrella.
That's true. I didn't have an umbrella until I was 28.
I don't own one.
And now we know why that generation is lost. They're always constantly walking around getting
because
soaked.
our pants keep getting wet.
Should wear shorts.
I am thinking
I
that
can't. It's
the
raining.
next time that I have like an abundance of money, where I'm like, hey, I can go.
An abundance of money. Do you know how cheap umbrellas are?
Umbrellas are one of the most affordable.
All
I
you have
was-
to do is not go to Shucks one
Can
day.
you let me finish?
Go to NFM and get
You
an umbrella.
didn't let me finish my sentence.
He could just have
I
half a
said
Shucks
abundance
order.
of money, and you assumed that you knew what I was talking about. I was going to say if I had an abundance of money, when I do,
mhm.
I'm going to buy nice advanced golf rain gear. I'm going to get nice golf rain
Like
gear.
a golf umbrella.
So
Like,
Those are also pretty cheap.
Like golf
Instead of just
gear for
getting-
the
instead of
rain
just
that
being
looks good
able-
when you golf.
Instead of just being able to wear normal clothes and keeping those clothes dry, no, we're going to go out and buy expensive clothes
Yes.
that are going to wick the water away.
Plus, you couldn't
Yes.
even buy shorts because you'd be
Good
raining.
Lord.
God, I went to the Rocket Car Wash and I was like spraying my car down on the outside and everything. And the water on my windshield now just like, it
You
just
know what?
goes away
You
and it's
know what?
great.
You know what? When this blessed day happens and you get your entire head to toe clothed in water wicking material,
Yes.
we are going to walk you through one of those car washes.
I want
It's going to be
water
like,
wicking
it's going to be like
material.
one of those commercials for Flex Seal. We're going to
Yes.
that's what we're going to
Absolutely.
make you. Look at me! I can walk through this
Look,
car wash.
look.
I'm not even wet.
It's Walter Hagen, you know?
Matt,
look
I
at
have soap in my eyes and I can't
You're
see.
making
But
it
I'm
hard.
dry.
Look at my Johnny O golf gloves.
You're
you know?
making it hard for me to defend you.
Josh
Screw you.
Josh Odson,
I hate that. I hate that.
Josh Odson says you have Rocket Car Wash money, but no umbrella
Yeah,
money.
what's a Rocket car wash cost for a car wash?
Well,
at least
here we go.
3
Well,
umbrellas.
What fancy package do you pay for?
They offered
It's
it
only
to
a
me.
membership.
They offered me a membership. They're like, this is a great deal, like
Of course it
$15,
is.
like 3 months, whatever. And I told them no. And they're like, are you sure? And I go, no, there's not a whole lot of, Rocket Car Washes specifically next to downtown me right now that I would go to. And they're like, well, we're building one. And they like gave me the whole rundown. And I told them no. It took me all my might not to buy the car wash package. But I'll say it.
Oh, so you don't buy it?
The Rocket Car Wash is going to be built over on 72nd by the NFM.
Is
And
it?
yeah, and
It's
when
been about to be built for the last 7
they
years.
got the sign down over there. So when they build the Rocket Car Wash
Matt,
over
that
there on
sign has been
72nd,
there for
shut your
7
mouth,
years.
Nick Grimm. When they finish that Rocket Car Wash,
I don't think it's ever
First
getting
of all,
built.
first
I
of all-
will get it done.
There's not enough time to put up a sign saying that the car wash is coming because those things sprout up quicker than weeds do.
Yeah, seriously.
Which means there must be a lot of former chemistry teachers who have turned into meth lab guys.
There are
because
so many cars.
There's a lot.
There's
There's a lot of these car washes
Yeah,
around
but they're
here, and
all
it
out.
feels,
They're
it
all out
feels
in-
like a bit of a laundering
So wait,
scheme.
you don't have the membership, so you just
I
pay.
don't.
Okay, so what do they cost?
It was like $15.
Okay, because I go to Speedway or whatever, and they do that. And I actually just got my car washed yesterday because I drove home from Kansas City and my windshield was full of bugs. And I was like, it's time. And every time I almost want to start the process by saying, look, you don't have to do the thing. You don't have to sell me. But I know that they have a camera. And so I'm just like, nope. And he's like, are you sure? And I'm like, he's like, how often do you get your car washed? And I'm always like, once every 5 months. And they're like, okay.
I go to a.
What are you critical of me for?
I'm not critical of you at all. I'm so in agreement with you.
I don't need a membership.
They press me.
I don't go enough.
They press me so hard, and I'm like, that's come on.
Now,
Congrats.
what if I open
Shout
one
out.
of these car washes, but my gimmick will be that there's always college football games on because we all know that that's the best time to wash your car.
You are a freak, John. You are an absolute
Imagine
freak.
driving through one of those things and all you have are these screens all over the place and all you see is
would like that.
football games.
What if you started a car wash and your promise to the customer was, we will never ask you if you want a membership?
So the car wash that I go to,
I would go there.
the car wash I go to, it's like a local owned business. There's like nobody there. There might be somebody watching cameras, but they never come
where
out.
you have to wash your car?
No, you can. You have the option to, but you go in and you don't. It doesn't go on the conveyor. It's touchless, but you just put your car in, you park it, and then it.
Oh, and then it does the stuff.
Yeah, which I actually prefer. I don't trust the other. I don't like the conveyor car washes.
You don't trust it?
No, you know how many cars those break, and
I
then the
literally
car
know.
washes are like, oh, it's not on us.
I've never
Sean writes in,
heard of that.
when I have an abundance of money, ... Meanwhile, continues to gamble, eat out all the
Yep.
time, and waste
Yep.
multiple
Yep.
amounts of money on
Yep.
subscriptions.
Just buy an umbrella.
Yeah.
That's
So-
a great one.
I will say I have been eating out less on days Monday through Thursday.
What a very specific
That's
part of the week.
Friday and Saturday, though, a very good friend of mine told me, hey, M's Pub, you should try it. And now I'm kind of hooked. I think that's a great place to eat.
isn't it usually a little cheaper to eat on the other days because
Yeah,
that's
actually-
when they have more specials?
Yeah, you're going on the wrong day.
I
Yeah.
know.
And then there's less people and they're not bothering
That's
It's
you.
like
wild.
going to the movie theater on a Wednesday.
Yeah, but I had like a roasted pulled pork with a pear dressing with a nice brioche, and it was pretty great on Friday. And I was like,
yeah, but I bet it would have been just as good on Thursday and probably, 10% off.
probably it would have been. I have been very more. I'm growing as a man in terms of my financial and fiscal responsibilities, and I've been way
Happy for
more cognizant and aware of, hey, there are bigger and more expensive things in life that are worth it. So let's
Like
just
golf gear.
that or
Weather-
Rain golf
Water
gear, Nick.
wicking.
Yeah.
golf
water
gear.
wicking
Not
golf gear.
umbrellas.
Thank
you
you.
don't need umbrellas
Thank
if the
you,
water
John.
just.
But in more in particular, bachelor parties and weddings that I have to go to in the future that I probably should save up for. So I've been way more.
Well, you should thank Nick for not
Attuned to
inviting
that.
you. Then that was less money you had to spend.
Seriously, thank you so much, Nick. But I would have had Josh drive me to that place.
That's
and then
true.
That way,
Josh wasn't there.
Yeah, he didn't.
Well, I
show
would
up.
have had Riss drive me to.
She wasn't
the
there.
wedding.
She
either.
wasn't there.
I would
either.
have had Mike Stibbs drive me.
He
What
wasn't
event
there.
was
there.
this? What event? are you talking
My
about?
wedding.
Nick's wedding.
Oh,
Stibbs
yeah.
wasn't there either.
No,
Don't you
Stibbs
remember
wasn't
you and
invited.
Stibbs were the ones where they were supposed to do the alternate one?
Stibbs-a-palooza.
Yeah.
That's going to happen.
At the Sydney.
By the way, some news just was announced
Yeah.
by Nebraska.
Wow, Tikey Hayes is back.
Oh my God! It's another black jersey.
Jay Moore, next analyst for Husker football. Jay Moore.
Congratulations, Jay.
Now we have to be specific because is he on the special teams? Is he on defense?
No, John, announcer
Oh,
analyst.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to be specific. There's a lot of
Do we
analysts
know?
now.
Do we know
That's
who
true.
got like second or third for that position?
That is a great question, Nick, because broadcasters always
They
know.
always
time.
know that
You-
they came in second,
you
third, or
were-
in even some cases fourth.
You were second place. You were second
They
place.
call all the contestants like on American Idol.
Good question, Nick. Do not know.
You don't get the rose.
Do
No.
not know.
Jay was always a great guest on Gary and Matt. So congratulations to him. Yes, RIP to Gary and Matt.
Congratulations. I worked with him one time when I was doing high school football for Cox Cable. He was an analyst once.
I've never met him.
I'm trying to remember
Thanks, Nick.
if I think he was the one that was on my group when we did the Husker Nation tour way back when.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was on my plane. I think he was the player that was on my plane.
Jimmy says, enjoy Jay as a player, but his on-camera stuff is rough. Good thing this is the radio.
Yeah,
Well,
because he's
yeah.
not on camera.
Yeah, this is the radio.
Jay doesn't have to comb his hair.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be great.
So nice. Awesome.
Congratulations.
It's awesome.
They
Good for him.
they should release Husker Radio Network people who came in under Jay.
That would be so fun.
If they had all the people that they almost hired, second, third,
Wow,
fourth, fifth,
John
sixth,
Madden was
seventh.
fifth.
So fun.
That would be
R.I.P.
so hysterical.
You know what would be really hysterical?
They're like,
If
Harry
Tony
Carey
Romo was second.
Oh my God, Mark Sanchez came in 14th.
Ooh.
Well, what is up with old Marky Mark?
I don't know if you want
Is
to.
he
I don't know if you
in-
want to
yeah,
be
is he in jail?
nicknaming him like that.
Just did.
He's.
Is he sharing a cell right now with somebody?
I don't think he's in jail. No.
He
Is that-
had to have paid bail. He's a millionaire. Why would a
What's
millionaire be in jail unless
up
they're convicted?
with Marky?
Why would a millionaire
Mark?
actually be in jail?
Good question. Well, he's not a billionaire, Nick.
Man, can you imagine if
Hodson says the trial keeps getting delayed.
it's probably a really, really, really good thing he is not in prison right now because the amount of butt fumble jokes would be pretty bad.
It would be.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He was Kugler's
Yeah.
analyst
He was.
for a while.
Kevin is
Yeah.
cursed.
Kevin,
famously.
you should ask him next time you see him about the time that they got to fly on a helicopter in New York City
Okay.
because of Sanchez. Because they got bumped up to the A game because Fox moved some stuff around and they did like a tour of New York City. Wow. It was pretty cool in a helicopter. It was
I
pretty
would
cool.
never go in a helicopter.
It was pretty awesome.
I have an irrational
Eagles
fear of
lost to the Jets.
helicopters.
Pretty funny.
I don't like helicopters. Helicopters
I've
and
never been on one.
helicopters and
Same.
alligators. I don't want to have interactions with.
Especially an alligator in a helicopter.
Well, the
Yes.
amazing thing
He's
is
the pilot?
you can escape them the same way, just run in a zigzag pattern. You get away from both of them.
Good point.
Helicopters also do kind of scare me. They seem too fragile, but I still want to go in one.
We were
They're built out of similar materials to airplanes.
So you're afraid of helicopters and car washes
I'm not afraid of car washes.
and peacocks.
and peacocks.
I'm not afraid of car washes. I don't like the non-touchless ones because I
But-
don't want my car to get broke.
peacocks scare the bejesus out
They
of me.
do. That was one of our early Nick Grimmisms.
Well, the
Yeah.
thing is, peacocks
Are
can
harmless.
be scary. No, they're very territorial. If you get into their territory, they
Why are
will
you
go
getting in
after
a
you.
peacock's territory?
They're everywhere around the city. Look around.
They're what?
Have you never seen the peacocks around here?
No,
Interesting.
I haven't seen the peacocks.
There was
around
at
here.
one point the peacocks and wild turkeys were having like a turf war. It was about 10 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds like a 1960s movie. You know,
Keena says, "Is Nick a small dog?" Yeah. What else are small dogs afraid of? And is there an overlap of
Don't-
things Nick are?
Just because I don't like vacuum cleaners doesn't mean anything.
Nick, settle down. It's just a vacuum.
all
So what? I
all
don't want
the-
to go outside if it's raining out there.
Like Nick is with his wife's parents, and all of a sudden he goes running towards the door, "Rah!" and they're like, "Oh, the mailman's here."
That'd be awesome. Meanwhile, my dog
Don't be at my house.
is not only not afraid of vacuums. When I vacuum, he wants to like wander in front of me the whole time. He just goes and grabs a toy and then like will sit there. And I'm like, bro, I got a vacuum. I wish he wasn't afraid of it, but that at least he understood it. I have to do this. He just doesn't care. He says it's a Thursday all the time when dad vacuums. I care. I don't care.
My dog back at home, Rocket, he's now like 11 years old. He's
like the car wash?
He's at the point where he just doesn't care anymore. The guy, he's just like, I don't give
Every
a
day
damn.
is Thursday.
Nothing bothers him.
Good for him.
He's just he's the king of the castle. He
Hmm.
eats high quality
King of the
food. and
castle.
my dad like takes little like cups of water and he puts them out around the house. And so Rocket just walks around the house and like sips out of cups of water.
Out of cups of
I wonder
water.
if he has
Yeah.
a preferred
How do you
cup.
not knock the cup of water over?
He doesn't. Rocket knows what he's doing.
It's like the bobbleheads, John. It'll be just fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Dan, John, with a few texts. First of all, he said he sold on your car wash football idea. So there you go. You got one investor.
All right, great.
He also said he got chased off of a job by one lone peacock. It took me all day to get the job done. Probably took 3 hours to do a 15-minute task.
They're very territorial.
Dan, what's your job? That's incredible, man.
Their peacocks are just in the city.
I have not
just here.
Your
seen
job is to give peacocks haircuts.
peacocks in Omaha.
What?
I don't know if I want to.
I see the turkeys more than the peacocks, but I've for sure seen the peacocks, and you hear the stories.
I have not seen a peacock in the wild ever.
I've never seen a peacock in the wild. Yeah, there's just on WOWT. There's just a picture of a peacock hanging out in an Omaha neighborhood.
Well, that's appropriate
NBC.
because NBC affiliate.
Mhm. Nice. Mm,
I didn't make that connection. That was good.
mm.
So if Channel 3 had been there, nope, screw you.
Ray says, I just heard you're supposed to yell at the vacuum to leave your dog alone if your dog doesn't like vacuums and you don't want the dog to get over it. Don't know if it works. Wow, that's weird. Never heard
I've
of
never
that
had.
before.
I mean, yeah,
But Banks, it doesn't care. It's not even that he dislikes it or likes it. He just has no.
doesn't.
It doesn't bother him whatsoever.
That's good.
There's no reaction.
How old is Mr. Banks?
He will be 10 in October.
But he's got a lot of life in him. You know, he's got a lot of energy in him.
He does. We say that he's like Benjamin Button.
He's a younger 10.
Very much so.
You know,
Not
like,
his face is starting to get some gray in it, but he's.
Well, so is yours. You know, it happens.
That's true, but I'm a human. I'll be fine. We're Banks. We're excited to announce that Banks is the first dog that will live forever. It's very,
wow!
It's very
He's the
exciting.
Big Ten of dogs.
What an
in
announcement!
the ocean by the sea.
We just got a call from listener Kurt, and he said around 50th and L, south of 50th and L, there's a bunch like 12 peacocks that live in that neighborhood.
Oh, really?
That is
there.
That's like
crazy.
Part of
We need to do a remote there.
I would love to.
a peacock remote.
I
We
like
need to do a
peacocks. I
remote at
just
50th
respect
and L.
their territory. If they don't want me there, I'll leave.
I hate the ducks on the golf course. Like, get away from my ball. One started hissing at me. I'm like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Duck. Yeah.
The ducks don't hiss. It's the geese.
I bet ducks have the capacity to hiss.
I
could believe
do
it.
they?
I think ducks
The
are
only-
mostly
the only-
chill, but
That
what if
seems
he's
like a
having a
Nick
bad
fact.
day?
The ducks aren't usually as bad. It's the geese that are very.
I just the animals on the
Aggressive.
golf course. I'm
Except
like,
when
get out of here.
Mr. Wood shows up.
Yes,
and then-
certain ducks can hiss.
Okay.
Oh, they can.
Not a
Okay.
Nick
I did
fact.
not know that.
They were. I had dog. I was on number 2 on Tiburon. You get up to the side, you're about to pitch, and they're all just standing there right by the little pond.
You know, if
They're
you
all-
golf at a Muni instead of Tiburon, you could afford an umbrella.
No, but this is my league that I play in. That I
Well-
pay a discount for like, but I pay it 12 at once.
Imagine what the discount would be if you golfed at a Muni.
I don't need you being my financial advisor.
I'm just trying to get you an umbrella so you're not coming in
I
here
don't-
dressed
it's
up
not
like it's the
about-
middle of freaking October.
it's not
when
about-
it's the middle of freaking August
it's-
and it's been humid for 45 days
It's
straight.
not about the umbrella. I want water wicking material is what I want.
Yeah, but you're still wearing
This is not
mid-fall material.
This is not wicking material.
Yeah, but you're wearing stuff that would be worn in mid-fall.
It's okay. Like sometimes I
It's
like
hot
to.
out there.
Sometimes I like to think I'm in fall. Sometimes I like to put myself back in autumn.
It's almost
like-
here.
I like to think about the leaves falling, the slight breeze.
All the leaves are brown.
right. Going into a coffee shop and it's smelling with like a hint of pumpkin.
Oh, good Lord.
You know, that's what I like. That's what I enjoy.
I think we ought to put a 1-year moratorium on all pumpkin spice things just so we can normalize
That whole hate is forced. Pumpkin
It's
spice
not hate.
rocks.
It's just ridiculous.
Pumpkin spice rules. Pumpkin spice tastes great.
Andy says, Josh, does he hide under the bed during a thunderstorm? No, Banks doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about fire.
I think
Wrigley was
I think he
freaked
was
out last
asking
night.
about me.
Oh,
'Cause
Nick?
He said Josh O because there's a lot of really funny
Oh.
comments comparing me to dogs, and I can't argue with most of
Oh,
them.
this is great. Okay.
I do like thunderstorms, though. I will actively
Banks
be
doesn't-
outside.
Banks doesn't care whatsoever.
I'll even go outside with shorts on. That's how much I love thunderstorms.
Kyle texts in, John, don't we have a guest coming up? LOL. We do. We
Hey,
have Mike Farron.
Where's our playoff? Did we get
Did we have the new playoff music?
What did I forget?
You forgot the playoff
the
music.
orchestral version
Oh,
of Unsportsmanlike
geez.
Conduct. We made a joke about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said playoff, and I thought football. and
Yeah, I
not
know. I
playing off.
realize when I call it playoff, it should be play off.
Ask
Music.
Presidency to have an umbrella promo night at Warner Park.
That would be great.
I'm
for
sure
you.
they have done that before.
Umbrella night.
Or umbrella hat. Hell, if you had an umbrella hat.
Yeah.
What if I get that for 1620 The Zone Golf Tournament? Sign up now at 1620thezone.com. Only a couple of spots left.
And
Yeah,
you
only
could
a
get
couple hours
1620 the
left.
golf tower.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is today the last day to sign up?
Yeah.
Wow.
You haven't
Sign
seen
up
the
now?
tweets about it? How we're cutting off signups at 4:00.
No, I did not, but I pushed it a lot today.
Why at 4? Why can't it be like at 5?
Excellent question, John. No idea. That's what the tweet said. I'm just rolling with the company. 4:00 it is.
Josh Peterson rolling with the company.
I love the company. I love this company. You want to say some more nice things about our bosses?
I love our bosses.
They're incredible.
They're the greatest bosses.
I actually am going to ask for a pay cut in my next negotiation. I think the company deserves more money.
Don't forget. Don't go that
I
far.
was just quoting you.
Don't go that far.
Do we have it, Nick?
The computer's thinking hard.
Oh, that's a bummer. All right.
Wow.
Well, tomorrow. We can do it tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Matt. Good to see you.
Have fun with Mac.
On the
We
phone.
can barely hear you.
And that's today. You will barely be able to hear. Where
Well,
is he?
it's worked the last couple of times.
Yeah, I'm sure it's great.
But he'll be in the car.
Your
So,
fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul.
we'll get to hear the road rumble underneath his tires as he drives his Hummer H4 through the mean streets of Phoenix.
Do that
They
again.
have an H4.
That sounds like the song that goes. Yeah, that's like the start of that song.
What?
I think like Fox on the Run or something
gotta
like
go.
that. All right,
Bye, Matt.
guys.
All right. Well, there you go. Crossover.
This is
Is it too sad?
Yes.
All right. Well, we'll figure it out.
This was what we should have had yesterday when we made the Tikey Hayes announcement.
That's true.
But Josh wasn't first.
Can we get a sad sports flash song?
Who is arguing that Josh wasn't first?
Somebody put on Twitter that another person was first on the news.
I'm not saying anything.
I'm not saying anything.
You brought it up.
I'm not saying anything.
All right, we got to go to break.
Bye.
1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
So is this going to be the new look now? We're just going to have the little tiny baby lights on and not the big lights on?
I don't know. Nick, how do we feel? You're the director of video. What do you think the video looks like?
I think it looks fine.
It looks fine.
Okay.
Just a little shadowy.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
While we're here talking about it, you just want me to get up quick and turn the lights on and off? It could be like an optometrist.
Sure.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number two.
Why don't you go do that, Nick? That's a good idea.
Cool.
We could call Peter in, I guess. Hey, Peter, you want to come help us out? By the way, shout out to Peter. He hooked us all up with polos today.
He did.
Or I guess should we thank the man? The man.
Well, yeah, we'll thank them all. We'll
Is it, and everybody's getting one? Is that what's going on?
I have
got
no
one.
idea.
No, because I walked into Peter and there was like dozens of these polos. Nick, do you know?
Oh, is this
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to make any promises, but maybe you'll get one of these.
Maybe.
Look
But you only
at
have
this.
an hour and a half. You only have an hour and a half.
I do think it looks better. I do think it looks better with the light on, just a little bit. Yeah. Do you know, Josh? Is everybody getting one of these if they play?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, don't want to make.
We
any
don't know.
promises.
We can't make promises.
Those are for
But you might
coworkers.
get them.
Yeah.
You'll definitely get a
think
1620 The Golf Towel.
Yes.
But you only have 90 minutes to get registered at 1620thezone.com. Get your team of 4. Get them in, get them in, get them in, get them in
I
now.
really like that golf towel, guys. I really do. I haven't stopped thinking
I
about
have
it.
not seen a golf towel yet.
John, would you say that our listeners should get them?
No.
Or where's the other one at, Nick?
What will you be doing?
You know, that's what's going to be going on Friday.
You can tell everybody.
Oh, man, do we not have it anymore?
Which
We
one are
used
you
to have the one that
The
said,
world
get
is
them
going-
now.
No.
Oh, there it is.
Get them now.
Sign up today, John.
Get them now.
And then you could watch.
Every play.
Nice. God, we're going to have such a fun time.
No.
Well, the golfers will have such a fun
The old
time.
mattress.
We'll just be kind of there.
Oh, we'll have a great time, John. Then we're going to be.
I mean, we'll be working.
The Phoenix. We will rise from the ashes, and we'll go to the Phoenix because Phoenix rise from the ashes. You know the whole bit. Never mind. Okay, you don't know what I'm talking
I
about.
know what you're talking
We're going to
about.
be at the Phoenix. There's going to be food there. There's going to be drink there. There's going to be John and me there.
And Nick.
And even Nick.
Even
And Nick.
Mhm.
And Nick.
Mhm.
Just doesn't sound as exciting.
Yeah, sorry, Nick.
it does kind of bring the excitement level down. I
It
get it.
does.
Yeah.
It happens.
Deflates it a little.
John and Josh will be there, though. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Hey.
Nick will be off to the
Nice.
side somewhere on his laptop helping with the video.
Wes says, I want a 1620 The Zone polo. I will definitely rep that. John, make it happen.
I wish I could.
I believe in you, John.
I wish I could. The only thing I can rep
Mattress.
is the Grum Down.
Mm.
Nice.
It's another seeing is believing practice today.
Let's go. I saw some takes. I saw some video. I saw Tyson Terry pushing stuff.
MVP candidates shine. PCA and Ohtani with homers on the same day.
Oh, John
Wow.
is John is back on the Cubs train.
Yep,
The pendulum is swung
I
yet
miss
again.
May, John, where he's like, I don't
What
want
are
to
you
ever talk
talking
about
about?
the
This
Cubs
happens
again.
every year. You're
Yeah.
like Josh with the
I
Cowboys,
hate
but with the
him.
Cubs.
I love him. I hate him. I love him. I'm done. I'm
I am
back.
literally just reading what's on the
It's
screen.
never been so over. We've never been so back.
I saw your tweet about PCA last night, John.
Yeah, we all
He's the
saw it.
damn MVP. That's what he is.
Hmm.
He steals bases. He hits home runs.
Awesome.
He gets runs driven in. He
Awesome.
scores runs.
Now, if one of your teams had an MVP player, I'd think that you should be banned from having another MVP player on another one of your
So
favorite
because
teams.
the Rams had an MVP, the Cubs aren't allowed to have an MVP?
Yeah, John, you're
That's
not allowed
ridiculous.
to have both.
That's
Excellent idea, Nick.
absolutely
to have both.
ridiculous.
My name's John. I want to have my cake and eat it too.
Classic
I'm Marie
John.
Antoinette.
Mr. Cake. Cake
Punish
eater.
me for being a good choicer of teams.
Cake eater, John.
Good choice.
A good choicer of
A
teams.
good picker.
You know what happened to Marie Antoinette, John?
Mary Antoinette.
Marie.
Mary was fine. It was
Yikes.
Marie who lost her head.
Yikes.
My bad.
Mike Farron will join us on the phone, no less.
I think we should cancel the interview. If he can't join us on video, I don't want to talk to him. What is he going to
We
say?
have a lot of
Baseball
guests.
words?
Does that mean Robin Washington's no longer allowed?
He is Mr.
Does that mean
Video.
Sip's no longer allowed?
He's Mr.
Does that mean
Video.
Brian Barnhart, the voice of Illinois, is going to join us today for 25 teams? Not allowed
Never
because
said
he
that.
can't join us in the
It's
video.
more that Farron is a video man. Video killed the radio star, John.
That's a terrible song, by the
Oh
way.
my gosh, that's a terrible take, John.
It was the first music video on MTV, John.
Yeah, it's a great
So?
song. You can tell everybody.
So
Oh.
Steve Sipple will be here
Awesome.
from Husker Online.
Ooh.
We'll lament the loss of Tikey Hayes.
Maybe some more Husker news will come out that we can break to Sipple while we're on the air with him.
That sounds awesome.
I want to start the checklist of success. I've got some items.
Awesome. This is a great idea.
We're going to do a
You
checklist.
didn't tell me we were going to do this today, so I have nothing prepared.
Well, no. I just wanted to. I mean, I just figure it's.
I told Michael though.
I didn't tell anybody.
Hey, Michael, what idea should I
I
have on my
didn't
checklist?
tell anybody. I
Hey,
just,
Michael, want to help you
I
with
just
this?
was inspired. I had a couple of things I want to throw on the checklist.
Okay.
This is a dynamic process. This
Yeah.
is an ongoing process. We got 2.5 weeks.
Thank God,
We
it's
got
almost
plenty of
over.
time.
I'm so ready to watch some football. I'm ready.
It's on right now. You can
I'm ready
watch
to
the
watch.
Broncos in those god awful. God, I hate those uniforms.
Which ones? The Broncos?
Yes.
Stibbs said the other day, John, that he likes them.
He really likes him.
Okay. Stibbs is only saying that because he's a Bronco fan.
Either that or maybe something was going on with his mind on Friday, John.
Well, probably. Yep. 100 days to the NFL. How does Vegas size up the league?
Oh, Las Vegas.
The Raiders?
Is Nebraska high school football participation drop as bad as thought?
Oh, a follow-up? Did you do the thing where you called every state?
Yep. Called every state.
It was a busy night for John.
Sadly, some of the states still not in school yet, so they didn't answer. It just went straight to voicemail.
You know what's nice is all this research, and then what's our movie pick this week, John?
Friday Night Lights.
It's a movie about high school football, Nick.
It is.
There you go.
And the most over and underrated teams of the last decade.
The Rams.
In what sport, John?
Yeah, what sport?
College football.
College
Oh.
football. All right.
Is it a list that Nebraska will see?
I mean,
Well,
I could see them
we'll
being
be
in the
seen
overrated
on.
part for sure.
Well,
they haven't been ranked a whole lot, Nick. If we're being honest, they're barely ever ranked anymore.
They
It's
are
like
not.
3 weeks in the last decade.
They are not
Yeah.
ranked very often.
Not very often.
402-951-1620.
Mm-hmm.
That there is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. And don't forget, you can go to 1620 The Zone. You
Get a prize.
could get a prize.
There are many
Actually,
prizes
yeah.
on 1620 The Zone.
While you are registering for 1620 the golf tournament, and while you are registering for a chance to win a trip for two to the Nebraska-Oregon game brought to you by Woodhouse Auto, you could register also to win $100 to Prairie Flower Casino.
That's awesome.
All there at 1620thezone.com. You
Yep.
should go there every day.
Black Label Society, Chris Stapleton, Motionless in White, Brett Kreischer, all those things.
Bert Kreischer.
Brett Kreischer.
I just read
Is
what's
that
on the
Mary
teleprompter.
Antoinette's husband?
I don't know who these people
Did
are.
he like
John.
cake?
I don't know.
Bert Kreischer.
It's all
Yes.
of it. Oh, okay.
I liked Black Label Society when
It's
I was
all
a teenager.
available. By the way, Jake texts in. You can also text us, John. We have a text line. You can also
Well,
call
I
us.
read that number,
Yeah.
402-951-1620. It
Prairie
works as
Flower Casino.
both.
Yeah, you just said that. Jake says, when does Todd Furman return to the Grum Down?
Soon.
We
Soon.
should check in with Todd and see if he wants to join us next week to do like a big preview of the sport, and then we could do lines, or if he just wants to join us week one. Either way, he's going to be joining us.
You're
very,
gonna
very
you're
soon.
gonna call a guy, invite him to do lines. What are you, a Penn State fraternity?
Nice.
Ah.
I haven't read this story yet, but I've seen tweets about it.
Yeah.
Seems like cocaine was involved,
There was some cocaine.
and he had a funny nickname. Did you see the nickname?
I didn't see the nickname.
Okay, let
I
me
just
read
saw
it
the
for you.
cocaine.
This is the most. I keep seeing this photo show up, but I saw this. Okay, here we go. His name, breaking, alleged Penn State cocaine kingpin dubbed Pablo Pledgescobar turns himself in and is denied bail. Okay, here is the story. 13 Penn State fraternity brothers charged with running a major cocaine trafficking ring, with some pledges allegedly forced to cut and package. Oh my gosh! Cut and package cocaine.
It's
a part of their-
initiation, Josh.
Oh my gosh, frats. Can I make fun of something? We don't care. I make fun of wrestlers. Fraternities are stupid.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Fraternities are lame.
Sororities
as hell.
are also stupid. and lame.
Congrats on paying for your friends. Like, it is unreal how. I hope none of these dorks listen to our show. I fraternities, no thank you.
Yeah,
let's go.
I was.
Let's walk around with things shoved up orifices where things don't belong unless you consent to
But
it.
we all
You would have
did
thought
it.
that
We're
Animal
brothers.
House would have shamed a lot of people into not joining.
No, if anything, it probably got more people to join.
I mean,
Well, yeah, but famously,
dorks.
the Delta House, they didn't make them. They had the initiation.
Mm.
You know, they stuck the horse there in the dean's office.
They did.
And probably had to put the horse somewhere else for one of their pledges.
Mhm.
Dumb.
Yeah, it's a weird society, friends.
Friends. Matthew
It's a
says,
very
good take,
weird
Josh. Thank you,
society.
Matthew. Our audience seems like a non-frat audience.
Were you in a frat? 402-951-1620.
Good question.
Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed is at USC1620. And the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
John,
What?
you were mentioning all the cool things you can do on 1620thezone.com.
Oh,
One of those things was registering for that Oregon trip. You go to Eugene, watch Nebraska play.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that we also have bonus entries that we're
We
giving away
do.
this week? If you
We
signed
do.
up for that, you could win a bonus.
are
entry.
you setting up one of the bonus entries right now, Nick?
Just keep your ears open, everybody. You never know when it's going to show up. It could sneak up on you at any time.
What's the bonus entry sounder today?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Josh.
Wow. This
So
was
wait, you're
really
setting it
planned
up,
out-
but
this
then
was
you're
really
not actually
planned out
setting it
well.
up.
I'm not setting it up. I'm just letting people know it's going to happen. Keep listening because it will happen twice today.
Okay.
Like yesterday, one of them was what's for dinner before what's for dinner.
Yeah.
We asked you to
Yeah,
tell
that
us
is
what's
true.
for dinner. We might do that again. Who knows?
Mm,
It's a mystery, but it will happen.
okay.
The first three words in the Husker Extra recap of today's 20 minutes of visible practice.
Hut, hike.
No, belly, belly, belly.
Why?
Sounds like we're doing some fat shaming at Nebraska training
Oh,
camp.
come on,
That's
HuskerExtra.com.
So mean.
Thought that was out in 2020. Oh, maybe it's back in, Nick, because of your generation.
Oh, but in the fourth paragraph, the words Oklahoma drills show up.
The game that we used to play on
The game, yes,
Unsportsmanlike
exactly.
Conduct?
Exactly. Rule thought that would be a good gimmick to bring back. No, they don't actually run the Oklahoma drill.
Oh, okay. SMU did. Did you see that video last week? SMU
Did
was
they?
running the Oklahoma drill, yeah. Which led us to a discussion on the show. What is the Oklahoma drill? What do you think the Oklahoma drill is?
It seems like it has a lot of different
It
definitions.
does. I think I learned that last week, yeah.
It does seem like there's a lot of different definitions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But, well, I'll be curious to see what Sip saw today,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Me too.
if there's anything noteworthy.
There's been a lot of chatter about.
I think Michael wins the prize today. His
You
was
get
the
a
first
prize. He got the video out first.
video tweet, and it was of Jashir Whittington.
I also heard him on the phone as he was driving back to Omaha with McMaster. He gave some takes there
Yeah.
as well. So
It rained on him today.
I saw that the quarterbacks were zipping the ball, though. It didn't seem to affect their throwing. That's good. It could rain this season.
I mean, it wasn't a if they had the same rain there at the stadium as we had down in South Lincoln, it wasn't
It wasn't that bad.
it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
They weren't playing in a torrential downpour.
What did you think about what Michael said on Twitter as well, where he said the intensity seems to be ratcheted up so far this year? You're calling Michael a liar?
No, I'm not calling him a liar. It's just I always wonder in situations when teams give you that little sneak peek,
Mm-hmm.
how much of it is for show.
Yeah.
And some of it too might be just, as a reporter, you're there, you're looking for something. You want to observe something that is noteworthy.
For sure. Absolutely.
And so
You don't want to waste your time.
Perceptively, your mind might tell you, hey, these guys seem to be working harder.
Remember that one time we go?
That's why I mean, I don't listen. I'm not going to say that Nebraska's doing the wrong thing by letting the media in for 20 minutes, but it's different when you were able to go and see every practice or at least watch the scrimmages.
Yeah.
Because that tells you a little bit more of what's going on.
Yeah.
Than, quick sneak peeks.
I remember
But
one
again,
time.
you take what you can get, friends. You take what you can get.
I remember it was the Mike Riley era, and he had an open practice, and we got there, and they were in helmets, and that was it. They had clothes on, but no pads.
Oh, it's like the practice where Mr. Casey threw a football at my face.
Nice. It was like, really, we came all the way down here to watch them do a walkthrough.
Mhm.
I was a little triggered.
Yeah, they
It's
did.
a lot
do
of driving for nothing.
They
True.
did do
A
that.
lot of driving to watch some helmets. Yeah.
But hey, we'll get to see them for reals in 2.5 weeks.
Hokisker writes, geez, John, you make it sound like they play patty cake after those first 20 minutes. The media's gone. Let's relax. Patty cake, patty
That
cake.
would be funny if they all
patty
got in a
cake.
circle and played patty cake after immediately.
Red Rover.
Is the last one out?
Calandria over.
Is the last one out? Yep. Okay, here we go.
God.
We're gonna play Red Rover.
Nice. That would be funny.
Actually, what they should do is they should play Kill the Guy with a Football.
Oh, yeah. That game has undergone multiple names over the years.
Yeah, you
used to rhyme.
Some of the names you can't say.
Definitely not anymore. Definitely not
That's
anymore.
probably why Tikey Hayes left. Because they played Kill the Man with the ball. And he got to have the ball, and they kept killing him.
I want to know so badly what happened with this person.
Yeah. It's probably best left unsaid.
Yeah, I guess that's probably true.
Probably best left unsaid.
That's probably true.
So
Bull in the ring. That's what Hokisker calls it. Bull in the ring. There you
Bull in the ring. I've never heard that one before.
I always thought that because there was a game that we would play at practice where there was a guy, the bull, so to speak, in the middle of the circle, and then the coach would be like, 48, and 48 would run in. They just smash into each other.
Oh, I do remember that one.
What in the world were we doing? What were we doing back then?
Learning how to adapt to CTE at a young age.
Yeah, you know what? We did a great job at it, Nick. Great job.
I turned out okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
Definitely, Nick. You're fine. You're fine. Nothing's wrong with you, Nick.
I turned out okay.
Yeah.
All right. 402-951-1620. And be listening for Nick's undetermined cue to call to get an extra bonus qualification
Arbitrary.
for
Arbitrary.
the trip to Oregon.
Okay.
Which is coming up in,
2 months.
it's almost exactly 2 months.
2 months.
Almost exactly 2 months.
2 months from now, we will be on the air on the following Monday talking about a 49-10 loss. What do you think?
Jeez.
Too low? 63-14? I'm asking. I don't know what the answer is.
Listen, Oregon's not going to be that miffed about what some ex-Husker had to say about their gimmick.
About their uniforms?
It is a gimmick.
Hey, if you want to win championships, come here. If you don't, go to Oregon.
On that note, it was not on the Grum Down, but there will be a related topic in the Super Hot Take.
Topic alert.
To what? Unis?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Same. We have a hot take market today.
We have a hot take. Super hot take market.
Also, I might be defending someone that I never want to defend, but I'm going to today.
President T.
Well, you know what?
I thought John would be the first to make
You
that
know
joke,
what?
Nick.
He was the Time Magazine Man of the Year.
No, John, not him. That's an under, but no, not him. Wow, that's
Designated Hitler.
John writes, good Lord, Josh, Nebraska is not scoring 14 against Oregon.
Put it on the list. Nebraska is definitely scoring at least 14 against Oregon.
What a fun, specific list item. This is what the list was really made for.
Put it on the list.
I've got
Nebraska
it.
is going to score at least 14 points against Oregon.
Okay.
No, more than 14 points against Oregon. Let's not namby-pamby.
Okay.
They will score more than 14 points against Oregon.
Perfect. It is on the list. Get the tomatoes.
All right, when we come back, Farron on the road.
Kenneth says, oh, Josh is finally going to say that he sides with Epstein. No, not him either.
The financier?
The financier.
On 1620 The Zone.
Bozo Circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Time in like 70 years where a guy started a game by seeing the first pitch and hitting it out of the ballpark and then ending the game on a walk-off.
I thought it was the first time since 2010.
No, well, this is very specific.
Oh, since it was the first
It was the very
home run?
first pitch that his team saw.
I see.
Because PCA leads off. He saw the first pitch, hit it out of the ballpark. And the last pitch his team saw, he also hit it out of the ballpark.
Wow.
It was a great night for MVPs because Ohtani hit 2 against the Rockies last night.
Nice. Baseball.
Mike Farron joins us from the road.
Oh, Mike, is everything okay?
Oh, everything's fine. Big Power, 1957 for the Kansas City A's. Last guy to hit the first pitch his team saw and the last pitch his team saw.
That is amazing. His name was Vic Power.
That's like an ice cream man named Cone. Oh, really?
Yeah, he wasn't actually a huge power hitter. He was a very good hitter. He was one of the first real Puerto Rican stars. Huge David Ortiz-esque personality.
Oh.
Apparently just like a really gregarious guy. He had some very good seasons with Cleveland. But yeah, Vic Power was not a huge power hitter, but he was a very good hitting first baseman.
Wait,
overall.
Vic Power was from Puerto Rico?
I believe he's from Puerto Rico.
I mean, that's like being named like Bob Smith and, being from India. It just doesn't, the name doesn't fit.
He was indeed from Puerto Rico.
Wow, that's amazing.
Nice job by you, Mike.
I bet people looked at him as he was exotic. He's like, wow, your name is Vic Power?
Born in 1927, passed away in 2005, RIP.
That's true. Yeah. Well, speaking of the MVP race, that the National League, I mean, there is a playoff race, obviously. There's pretty good wild card race that's shaping up. Divisions, maybe not so much, but this NL MVP race between Ohtani and Pete Crow Armstrong, is this the type of, I'm not saying it's Sosa McGuire by any stretch of the imagination, but could there be a little more excitement around this MVP race as we head down the stretch, final 6-7 weeks of the year?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it felt like, 3 weeks ago that it was starting to get a little hot and heavy because Ohtani was scuffling and PCA got really hot, and then PCA struggled for 10 days. And last night was a huge night, obviously, for both of them. Ohtani Nick has to have nightmares about Ohtani because of what he does to the Rockies at courts. I don't know. I'm usually the wrong person to ask on award stuff just because I really don't care about them that much.
It's not Thursday.
But yeah, it's like, I do think that there is a chance that, you get a little bit more heat to it because they're two, pretty big stars in the two of the three biggest markets, and two of the most iconic franchises. And I do think that everybody is wondering what it takes to beat Ohtani to win an MVP award, based on the fact that Ohtani has pitched this year and pitched well and likely will again next month. So, I think there is some intrigue with it, but I don't know. And I also think that, with as weird as it sounds, with 35 games to go, it's still too early to tell when it comes to awards.
Mike, speaking of awards and races for the MVP, last year at this time, we would have you on and we would talk about Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge and who should win the MVP. Now, ultimately,
famously, they're both, one's not good this year and the other one's been injured.
That's what I wanted to ask you about, because Judge won the MVP, but Cal
Yes.
Raleigh obviously was spectacular. He he gets banged up in the WBC, and now has just had one of the, I don't know, like I guess this is the question.
It's one of the worst offensive seasons for a regular in history.
Yeah, it's and like when you also compare it to last year, it's like one of the saddest follow-up seasons to like a spectacular year that I can remember. Every stat I see about it, it just makes me sad, and I'm not even a diehard Mariners fan, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's so like I'll take you through some of what we know about this, right? So you mentioned him being banged up in the WBC. He wasn't actually banged up there, but what he was a mess mechanically at the plate. And that's the reason why he did not play in the final game of the WBC, is that Mark DeRosa saw how hard he was grinding and knew that he was a mess. And so Will Smith was their choice behind the plate. And people criticized Mark DeRosa at the time for it because Cal was coming off a 60 home run season. But the reality was that he was in a mess. And then he got back to spring training. And I don't think I'm talking out of school to tell this. I was talking to D-Row about this during the WBC, and he was like, listen, he's like, I know what's going to happen. He's like, he's going to go back to spring training, and he's going to go off and hit like 5 homers in a week, and I'm going to look like an idiot. He's like, but that's where he is right now. And he didn't exactly do that. He did hit a ball like off the batter's eye in center field when he got back, and you were like, okay, well, maybe he's right. Like maybe he was just grinding and he's got a click. Then he got up to a slow start. Then he got hurt. And since coming back from the injury, he has been worse than he was before it. I think a 158 batting average would be the lowest ever for a qualified hitter. So
crazy.
It's really frustrating. It is extremely humbling to see that this is the difficulty in the game. It doesn't look like it's physical. It's almost all timing. Remember that he has the wear and tear of being a catcher, the mental stress that comes with calling games, and he's trying to manage 2 swings. Last year was an outlier season for what he'd done from the right side of the plate. I think if you average his season, we actually did this morning, you average last season with this year, and those, if you were to just take that and divide it into 2 seasons, it would look a lot like what his 3 previous big league seasons did. So maybe he used up all of his hits for this year last year. I just think it's one of those things where, and like at this point, it doesn't matter what his numbers are. He needs to get comfortable with the fact that like he can't be chasing what batting average is on the screen on a nightly basis. The Mariners just need him to play well because they need to win games, because they're still in the mix, despite the fact they have had an absolutely wretched year offensively.
No truth to the rumor that Mike is actually on the road because he's going to meet Ketel Marte at the airport for his MRI. But this has been a weird story. Weird story.
Very.
He goes AWOL on his team. Now it's, they put him on the restricted list. Now it sounds like he's going in for an MRI. What is there anything else we don't know yet about this story, or what else do we know about this story?
Yeah, I don't know what we don't know yet. But I think you're right that there probably is more to it. So here's what I can tell you on all of this stuff. Friday night, Marte left the game early because of a knee issue. He played Saturday and Sunday in Atlanta. He was with the team, flew with the team to Boston on Sunday night, was seen at the hotel with, family and friends. He generally travels with a large group of family and friends, and they were seen in the hotel that evening. And then by early in the morning, at least to some degree, Torey Lovello had gotten word that Ketel might not be at the ballpark that night. And the communication was very spotty, which is not unusual with Marte. And in the end, they waited until 15 minutes before game time. And whatever it was that he was taking care of that was a personal matter obviously took longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was disappointment inside the organization on the way this is handled. You remember we had this conversation last year about Marte, right? When his house was robbed during the All-Star break.
Yeah.
And he was in the Dominican Republic at the time. And then he was placed on the restricted list for 2 games because he wasn't back from the DR. He wasn't attending, in person to what had happened with the theft at his home. But he had that the year before. He had been out of the lineup with a bad back in the middle of the pennant race in a game that they really could have used him. So there's a lot of this history in it. But what we don't know is How significant was the personal matter? What was his mental state in dealing with that? What caused it? And, I think one of the reasons why they sent him back to Phoenix can reasonably be inferred that they want him to do the MRI there because they just didn't feel like he was going to be available for the 2 games in Boston. So he goes back, he has the testing done. It gives him a couple of days to get everything together. But it did seem like there was genuine concern on the part of his teammates, and specifically the 2 of the team leaders in Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll, that Carroll had a little bit of communication with him, Perdomo had not, and those 2 are friends. They're not like super close, but they're friends. And so I think that there's a little bit of still uncertainty, but there's a little bit of empathy for whatever Marte is going through. And this is a guy who is from an incredibly small fishing village now in the Dominican Republic. He lost his mother 10 years ago in a motorcycle accident in the DR. He was just 22, I think, at the time. The team had just landed in Chicago right before the trade deadline when that happened. He was distraught. His mother was really young. She was 39, I think, when she was killed. And he just does not have. He was very close with her, and I think he feels responsibility for caring for his family too. So if there is a family issue or if there is some personal matter, you can understand that it might take on more importance, because I think he is largely the breadwinner for a number of people that he tries to take care of. So he's not, I can tell you from knowing him for a decade, he's not a bad guy. I think sometimes he gets a reputation as aloof because he is not confident in his English, but as flashy as he is on the field, he is not a super flashy guy in the way he goes about his business. Off of it, he dresses flashy, but he's pretty quiet and pretty reserved for the most part. And so as somebody who knows him, my main concern is for Fidel and that he's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't think we have enough information on the situation to know one way or the other what exactly happened. And I don't think we'll get a full answer today either.
Mike, obviously last week was the Field of Dreams game. They announced the Field of Dreams game for 2027 as well. And I'm curious if you kind of saw the same, not even undercurrent of a reaction, but just reaction that I did, and that this seemed to be another one of those moments this year that reminded people that love the sport that next year is, I don't know, up in the air at this moment in time, where it was this collective, if we get a next season. Do you think that that's going to be more pronounced as we get, a couple weeks away from September, a month and a half away from October, and now 2.5 months away from the end of the 2026 season?
I think that I think it's been there all year long, right? That there has been this, this kind of underpinning of, if there is if there is a season, I think a little bit of it is foolish, just because we haven't seen games missed since 1995. That's not to say that we won't see games missed next year. I'm not smart enough to be able to predict that. But I do think that there is a little bit of the fatalism that is entering into this. And I think it will be part of it, because I think, and I don't mind that it is, to be honest, because I think that it needs to be a constant reminder to the league that people are not going to be thrilled if you cancel a season or cancel a significant amount of games. And it just feels like, for all the momentum that you claim that you've created for the sport, that doing so would really strike a death knell to that. In addition to the fact that you have a massive television contract that you're getting ready to negotiate at a time when the television networks are already telling the NFL, you know what, you can't really do whatever you want anymore, right? The NFL wanted open negotiations on their deals early, and nobody is letting them do that. And so I think that there's a lot more, I think there should be consternation. I think that there should be a constant reminder that this is the fear of everybody. Not that billionaires are going to listen to anyone, but it is there, and it should be pretty real, because regardless of whether they miss games or not, December 1st, they're going to lock the players out. They did it 4 years ago. It's going to happen again. The owners will lock the players out. That's going to happen, barring a miracle CBA agreement before the end of November.
His name became synonymous not for what he did on the mound, but for what he essentially did for pitchers to stay on the mound. And for 40 years, the name Tommy John has never, to a lot of folks, represented a baseball player. It represented a surgery. And Tommy John, the former pitcher, former Yankee, passed away over the weekend. What is going to be, is it beyond the name of the surgery? What is his legacy going to be beyond that? Or is it just become so prevalent that that's all we're going to remember this man for, which could be both a curse and a blessing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously the top line of his story, right, is that he was the first one to undergo an experimental surgery that saved the careers of hundreds of professional pitchers and thousands of pitchers all told. I think that's a pretty damn great legacy.
Sure.
But for those of us who are old enough to remember Tommy John, and I'm not old enough to remember him pre-Tommy John surgery. The surgery happened 2 years before I was born, but it was happening in your lifetime, John, because you're old. But the reality is that he was a very good pitcher for a long period of time. He went to 4 All-Star games. He finished in the top 5 in the Cy Young. I think it was 3 different times. All of those when he first came back from Tommy John, but the first couple of years with LA, and then those last couple of years with LA, first couple of the Yankees, he went to an All-Star game before he had Tommy John surgery as a member of the White Sox. He finished with 288 wins in an era where wins were still a reasonable statistic to evaluate the value of a pitcher. There are a lot of similarities in his career to what Jim Cott's were. Jim Cott was voted in by one of the era's committees. The difference is that Cott has a bazillion gold gloves and Tommy John didn't have any, but he had more All-Star appearances, more Cy Young votes, I think more 20-win seasons. So the naming of the surgery after him and not after Frank Jobe, the man that first did the Tommy John surgery, I think is probably what people will most remember. But if you want to dive into it, he was a very good pitcher for 26 seasons. And I think if you look at it, it's probably 23 of those that he was league average or better at run prevention. So there's something to be said for being really damn good at your job for a long period of time, even if you weren't one of the biggest superstars.
By the way, one of the trades that he was involved in involved former Creighton Blue Jay Dennis Rasmussen back in 1982.
Any relation to Bruce?
No relation.
Wow, that's
to Bruce.
wild.
No relation to Bruce. But yeah, no, Tommy John, I mean, his career WAR was over 60. I mean, he was just a really, really good pitcher. And, there's something to be said for, yeah, it's a surgery. It's not necessarily something you want to have done, but like you said, hundreds of pitchers. Imagine what this sport would be like without the guys whose careers were saved by Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult to separate what he did in his career from what guys like Phil Niekro and Don Sutton did, and we already mentioned Cott, as guys who, they were all very similar. Like, if you look at them, the only thing that Sutton really has on Tommy John is the win total. He reached 300 wins, right? Like, that group of pitchers was all pretty similar. You have 2 300-game winners. You have 2 guys that won 280-plus games in their career. And so, Niekro wasn't that much different either. In fact, Nuxie and Tommy John were in the rotation together with the Yankees late in their career. So, I think it's one of those things where 300 became that number that you had to get to. And I'm sure that probably drove part of what kept Tommy John around as long as it did. But also, imagine if Tommy John surgery had happened in 1964 and there weren't a 2-year-long rehab that he dealt with in 74, right? What would that have meant? Would that have meant that he got those 12 more wins? Would it have meant that Koufax was able to pitch for another 20 years or another 10 years, right? It's very likely that the arthritis that cost Koufax his career was a torn elbow ligament. So there are a lot of what ifs in the Tommy John story too, as a pitcher, but obviously he's iconic because his name is attached to the surgery. And I'm glad that he did it. Now, I've got trivia questions for you. Do you guys know who the second professional pitcher to get Tommy John surgery was?
I do not.
John Tommy?
No, it was not. It was Brent Strom, the longtime Astros pitching coach, who never made it to the big leagues, but he was the second one to get it.
How long
The
after it,
second
Mike?
big
Do you
leaguer-
remember how many years later it was?
Next year, I believe. I think it
Okay.
was the next year.
Interesting.
The second major leaguer to get it and come back to the major leagues was in the early 80s. You know that?
That long?
Mm-hmm.
Because Tommy John had his surgery in 75 or 74.
74.
74, didn't play in 75. And the next successful major leaguer, it wasn't until the early 80s?
That's right.
And it was?
Tom Candiotti, before he was a knuckleballer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. So it shows you, I mean, even though it was a success, it obviously worked because Tommy John came back in 76, pitched for the Dodger teams that went to the World Series. But it still took another 5 years before another successful case. And now, I mean, it happens.
It's ubiquitous.
By the way, former Indiana State Sycamore Tommy John.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go.
He's a Sycamore.
Like Larry Bird.
Like Larry Bird. Like Larry Bird.
And like many other Indiana State Sycamores.
And Sean Manaea. I was trying to remember. Yeah, Sean Manaea, who I saw pitch in college.
Indiana State, sneaky good uniforms, especially in the Larry Bird era. Good logo,
Oh, yeah.
good look,
Oh,
good
yeah.
color scheme.
Great
Nice-
color
nice
scheme.
look.
Great
Good job by
color
them.
scheme. All right. Well, enjoy your speaking engagement. I assume this isn't part of your probation, right?
Yeah, it is. It's community service, but thanks for bringing it up.
Well, it was either that or picking up trash.
I'm speaking at it might be no. I am speaking at Sun City Grand, or I guess they call it the Grand now. This is my father-in-law's fault.
Oh,
my father-in-law's fault.
Awesome. No, they have this baseball group that meets, and they've had a number of dignitaries that have come through to speak at it. Josh Rawitz, the president of the Baseball Hall of Fame, speaks at it every year during spring training. Bob Nightingale was just at it. Bunch of big stars, and they ran out of those people, so they called me.
Nice.
Well, they couldn't find any other baseball people in Arizona.
None of them exist there.
Everybody's on vacation in August.
Apparently so. Well, have fun. And don't forget, we are 2 weeks from today.
Yes.
Farron makes the prediction that will basically tell us exactly what happens in 2026.
Yeah, I can't wait. I heard Nate Rohr's practice update, and I'm fired up for some Husker football against Ohio.
Ohio! He knows the schedule.
Let's go.
The Solich Bowl coming up.
Yep. It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be great. All right. Take care. Have fun.
Bye, Mike.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM, MLB Network Radio.
Nice get, Nick.
Nice kid, Nick.
Thank you.
You know what? I'm so happy that so many great baseball players careers have been saved thanks to the Tommy John surgery.
Thank you, Tommy John.
That we should celebrate by giving folks an opportunity to get a bonus qualification.
I love it.
And you didn't even need to have a Tommy John surgery to qualify.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did, though.
It would be in fact, be the first caller now to Nick to say that you've had Tommy John surgery.
And
you get a bonus qualification.
You get a
for
bonus
our trip
prize.
for two, which you can register for right now at 1620thezone.com. Brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family.
Awesome.
To go to the Nebraska-Oregon game. We send you there via the airplane, 2-night stay, $150 spending money, and, of course, tickets to the game. Be the first caller to call into Nick and say, I've had Tommy John surgery.
Even if you're lying, it's okay.
It would be even cooler, though, if you weren't lying.
That's true. That's true.
But truth is not a prerequisite to win.
Bingo.
402-951-1620 on 1620 The Zone. Back here on 1620 The Zone. This season, you're home for all 12 weeks of 1620 The Pregame.
Let's go.
And Big Red Overreaction.
Let's go.
All coming up this fall.
Severe reaction on Sunday.
And severe reaction. Well, is he coming back?
I thought so. Is that canceled? Did
Well,
I
I
just break
don't
some
know.
news? Did you just break some news?
I
No,
believe
I didn't
severe reaction will be
Yeah,
back.
come on, John. What are you doing? Why would
I
you
don't
say
want to
that?
speak for Michael.
Then why
Maybe-
would you even say it? Why wouldn't you say, yeah, it's definitely back?
But
Unless you
then
must
if he's
know
not,
something.
and then I would be made to look like a liar. Maybe
no,
Michael
I'm
has
the
something
liar.
better to do, like, watch Saints pregame.
All right, now I got to ask him.
I just don't want to. I don't want to commit to things.
I was the one who said it. You could have just said, yeah, definitely.
Oh, so I'm just supposed to agree with everything you say.
Definitely. The Rams are poo-poo pee-pee. Yeah, definitely.
Anyway,
it's all going to be
we
great.
believe that severe reaction will be back.
I don't know why you're saying
But
it
if
in
it's
this
not,
way.
don't worry. You'll
Nick's
still
doing
have
a Sunday
Michael
show.
Severe Mondays on 1620
That's
The Zone.
true. That's true.
Where you'll get a concentrated
Nick, can you
version.
promise if Michael has apparently canceled the show, John must know
He
something.
hasn't
if he's-
canceled severe reaction.
Okay.
It's still happening.
Okay. Well,
You're
if-
the director of video. How would you know these
Because I'm
things?
also the assistant program director, John. I know things.
so if it does get canceled, though, Nick, can you promise that you will host the show?
Sure.
Okay.
I will
Grim
do the
reaction.
Husker recap.
Grim.
show.
Grim reaction.
That
That's
will
fitting.
fit.
It'll go from severe
Oh,
to grim.
it's time for another grim
Oh my God,
reaction.
we've gone from severe to grim.
But thank God Nebraska scored 15 points against Oregon, thus proving
What
John
would be
correct.
next in the food chain if you go from severe to grim? What would be the next on the chain?
I don't know.
Apoplectic?
Michael says it's on the schedule. See, why are you so
Apoplectic
why were you so
reaction?
weird the whole time?
I was not weird. I just don't want to.
We got to hire somebody named John Apoplectic then. Let's get him.
So anyway, listen to Big Red Overreaction all season long, hosted by Josh Peterson and
Gonna
Mac
be
McMaster the whole
awesome.
time.
I
Every
love
single
it.
one.
It's great. It's a great idea.
Mm.
The prime effect
Is this
has
Colorado?
worn off.
Oh, it's John.
I think it wore off a while ago.
It is dead. I don't even know what you're about to say, but it is
according
dead.
to,
Speaking of poo-poo pee-pee.
Oh, yeah.
I believe he's with sports media.
Tell his name and I'll tell
Mike
you who
McCarthy. Michael McCarthy. Not
He's with. Oh,
that
he's with Fox.
Yeah.
Wait, not Michael Mulvihill?
No, Michael McCarthy.
Michael
Oh,
Moore?
okay. Then I don't know.
ESPN's viewership for games with Deion Sanders Buffaloes has fallen 67%.
Oh, yeah.
Since 2023.
It ain't good.
It's almost as if folks are like, yeah, this was an interesting story before. Now they're not that good.
It was interesting. And then they were actually kind of good in year 2, but now they stink. And so why would you want to watch them? I don't want to watch them. Do you want to watch them, John?
Exactly.
I don't want to watch them. Nick, do you want to watch them?
67%. Does make you wonder, though, how they will, how that will affect the old pecking order when it comes time to pick those Big 12 games.
Well, I mean, yeah, you just probably look at last year and see who had more viewership. And certainly Texas Tech's going to be up there. They're a championship contender. BYU is probably up there. They have a huge fan base, you know.
Did
Maybe even
Nebraska
Utah.
curse Colorado?
By beating them?
Yes.
Well, they were good that year.
They actually
had a
got
Heisman
better
Trophy
after
winner
that.
that
Yeah.
year.
They
Yeah.
did that year, but then the following years,
Seriously, I mean, yeah, year
Well,
2
the following
was good.
year, last year wasn't good.
maybe
Yeah,
Matt
year-
Rule's stink washed off on him.
Year 1 awful, year 3 awful, year 2 solid, you know.
Well, but year 1 got up to such a fast start that
But the team wasn't very good. They just beat bad teams.
Right.
They beat TCU, not
but
very
then
good.
they
beat
became
Nebraska.
they still became something to watch. There was
Oh,
the
I
epic
couldn't-
choke
it's-
against Stanford.
I watched them that year. That was a great year to watch them.
So when artists and bands come out with a second album, they call it the sophomore slump because a lot of times the second album people think sucks. This is like the opposite of the sophomore slump for Colorado.
They put on the freshman 15 and then had the junior.
I have no idea.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Jigglies,
Here's a
junior Jigglies,
Junior Jigglies.
sure.
from the freshman 15.
So a follow-up from something we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, the fake news,
Well, it wasn't fake. It was just
the wrong news.
The statistics were a little bit incomplete.
Yeah.
The statistics were correct, but they were still a little incomplete. And this was from USA Today, the states with the largest and smallest or largest increase and largest decrease in high school football participation.
Yeah.
And it showed that Nebraska's participation dropped by 33% from 2008 to 2024. Well, as we later found out, the numbers that they were quoting were only for 11-man football.
Yeah.
Nebraska, of course, has 8-man football, and there are still some places that do 6-man football. Well, Stu Pospisil of the Omaha World Herald did the calculations. Now, he used 2025, not 2024, but that's
so he did last year. That's even better, honestly. It's
sure, it's a little more accurate.
Yeah.
But the total participation in all three levels of football, 6, 8, and 11-man, in 2008 in Nebraska was 14,064.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, the total for all three categories, 11,991. That's a decline of 14.7%. And as he also adds, there are fewer schools playing 11-man. In 2008, there were 170 schools that had 11-man football. This year and next year will be 122.
Okay, so it's
So
definitely
we've
gone
lost
down.
about 50 11-man teams. They have consolidated or gone to 8-man football.
So it's gone down. It's not gone down as much.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's still a pretty decent drop.
Oh, for sure.
15% drop in participation.
Still double digits, yeah.
Where in 11-man football at a lot of other states, I think the number was 34 states. The number is up since 2000.
So I would like to know how accurate those numbers were, given that
Well, I
numbers
think
for
they
Nebraska
are accurate because, again, they were only quoting 11-man numbers.
But the 11-man numbers for Nebraska were wrong too.
No, the 11-man numbers were correct. I did look back.
Oh, okay, those were
the numbers
okay.
they quoted were
I see.
correct.
Okay, I thought that those
they
were wrong
the correct numbers.
Okay.
From the Federation report.
Okay.
So there you go. Coming up next, football participation in Illinois still happening.
Sky high right now.
We'll talk with Brian Barnhart, the voice of the Illini, next on 25 Teams and 25 Grums, 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Altmyer drops it off in the flats to Fagan. Fagan hits the edge. Down the sideline. Can he stay in bounds? Does he have enough? Touchdown, Illinois. 64 yards. Steps and through the tackle of Bastone and through the brush tackle, and he weaves his way ahead for a first down. And it's Fagan over the top. Touchdown, Illinois.
And Illinois walks off Tennessee. David Alano with the winner. Brett Bielema with back-to-back bowl wins for the first time in Illinois football history.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
I mean, you could probably say this for a lot of Nebraska's Big Ten rivals, but it feels like the result of the Illinois game is a pretty decent barometer for how the season has gone for the Big Red in recent years.
Could not agree with you more.
And they're back on the schedule this year. Could it be another one of those barometer games? It's going to be a Friday night. Friday night's a great night for football. Brian Barnhart is the voice of the Illini and joins us to help preview Illinois in 25 teams and 25 grums. Brian, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you guys?
Excellent.
Doing fine. Just remembering the fact that it's going to be a Friday night. We love Friday night football games around here.
Yeah, Friday night in November, by the way.
Yes.
So, yeah. So you may already have your barometer by then, as far as the season goes, because it's a little later than Illinois and Nebraska have played before. So
that
should
is
be a good one, though.
Yes, it should.
Absolutely.
Well, like a lot of teams that we have already previewed, Brian, a lot of changes, and especially at quarterback.
Yeah.
An experienced, though, transfer comes in, and Caton Hauser to replace Luke Altmyer. I'm curious, what things should Illinois fans be expected to see out of Hauser that might be an improvement over Altmyer? And then what other things, could there be an issue coming up to the standard that Altmyer set the last couple of years?
Yeah, that'll be interesting, because Luke wound up, he came in, when Luke came in, nobody really in Illinois knew a whole lot about him. I'm talking about the fans.
Yeah.
Because he really hadn't played a lot at Ole Miss. He had been a backup. He started a couple games. We know a lot more about Hauser now just because he's thrown for 6,000 yards or whatever in his career, and about 3,000 or so last year at East Carolina. And so, he comes in already, I think, ahead. Now it's different because Luke had 3 years to work with, and this is a one and done basically for Caton. But his development, where he is in his first year at Illinois, coming in as a new quarterback, is ahead of where Altmyer was for sure in that first year. So he gets rid of the ball quick. That was one thing Luke had a little trouble with early in his career at Illinois, was he held onto the ball a little bit too long to the liking. He got better at it. Luke ran a little more than people expected by the end of his career. He became a very effective runner. That was something we didn't necessarily know when he first came. And just based on numbers, Hauser seems to have been able to run the football some too, just based on his overall stats, at least scoring touchdowns running. So, I think they found Luke Altmyer 2.0, I think. I mean, they found another guy like him. He's tall, he's big, he gets rid of it. They like his completion percentage. He was really good with that. So if you're ever going to find somebody in the transfer portal to replace Luke Altmyer, I mean, this would be the guy. He looks pretty good to me.
Brian, quarterback aside, there are other players on the offensive side of the ball that are no longer with the program, including some offensive linemen that started a year ago, some skill guys that started a year ago, especially pass catchers. Where's, in your opinion, the biggest question mark or things that you're curious about, again, outside of Hauser and what he'll bring to the table at quarterback?
Yeah, probably, the one move they made, guys, was they moved Caden Fagan, who had 500 yards or so last year at running back. They moved him out to tight end. And so that's going to be interesting to watch that, to see, okay, who gets more of those carries. Aiden Lawfrey, definitely, you could almost consider him a co-starter with Khalil Valentine, but, are those guys going to share more carries? They're obviously going to have to. Jordan Anderson got moved from tight end back to running back. So they made the switch there. Fagan really is good in the open field. You had the one highlight, I think against USC, he took it down the field from 60 yards or so out and was going about 20 miles an hour. They clocked it. So you get him in the open. I think that's going to be interesting to watch. And probably the biggest question mark is how do they fill the offensive line? They've got a center, Renfro, who comes in from Wisconsin, who I think is already on a lot of postseason award lists for this year. And he's a big center, guys. He's about 350, I think. Most, I don't know, centers usually are, 295, 300, whatever, maybe a little smaller. He's a big, big center and has played a lot of football, although he was banged up a little bit at Wisconsin. But, that's going to be interesting to watch his development in the middle of that line. They've got a couple of guys back from last year. Henderson is one from East St. Louis. And hope he develops too and continues to grow. But for me, the big question will be the offensive line, how that comes together. But everything else, receiver, I think they're pretty much set. They've added Jay-Sean Platt, a young man from Florida Atlantic, who has shown a lot of really good stuff in camp, really fast. I think he's going to be a big addition. Colin Dixon, Hudson Clement. I think they're pretty good shape there. I like the tight ends. Running backs, they're set. So on that side of the ball, it's just be interesting to see what the offensive line does.
Talking with Brian Barnhart, the voice of Illinois. Illinois, our team today in 25 teams and 25 grums. Do you expect the offense to have any more flash to it? I mean, anytime you have a Brett Bielema offense, it's going to be predicated on the run. The pacing's usually going to be a little, down from a lot of other teams in college football. But do you anticipate there'll be new wrinkles in as new players and a new quarterback are being worked in?
Yeah, maybe a few. I think Barry Lunney's pretty established what he likes to do, but he also is very flexible, and he's willing to change, to adjust to his personnel. He's done a really good job of that, and he and Luke Altmaier really clicked as the years went on, those 3 years. So I think they already like what they see out of Hauser. I know that, they try to, disguise what they're doing. They try to keep you off balance defensively, and Brett Bielema will tell you his best teams at Wisconsin during those years were the teams that were balanced, even though they were predicated, you're right, on the running game and the big running backs that they had. There's a whole list of them. But his teams that were a little more balanced, if they got a lot out of their quarterback, then they were really, really good. They would win 10, 11, 12 games as opposed to 7 or 8. So, I like the quarterbacks. Like I say, I like the running back situation. I think the offense averaged about 28 or so, 29 points a game. Obviously you'd like to see a little more. You probably need to be a little over 30. But they played a lot of close games. They're in every game. I think the record in one-score games, guys, over the last 2 years is 8-1. So that's how they've won 19 games over 2 years, is winning those close games.
Brian, other side of the ball, is it safe to say that the season will get decided on what happens with the defensive line, giving all of the talent that's no longer with the program?
Yeah, Gabe Atkins was a big loss. I mean, he's going to do well in the NFL. He wound up being the second all-time sack master, if you will, at Illinois behind Simeon Rice. And Simeon piled up a bunch of them. And, of course, we know the kind of career he had in the NFL. So Atkins was second on that list. And he was a game wrecker. I mean, he really made a difference in there. So, yeah, they're going to have to fill that up. They've added a young man transfer in, Daryl Prater, who they like a lot from Jacksonville State. I think he's going to be a big factor. Joe Barna had a great ball game in the bowl game against Tennessee. I think they're expecting a lot out of him. Those are two key guys in the middle. But you're right, and it's interesting because they're going to they brought in Bobby Houck from Montana, who'd been a coach out there, and they're bringing in what they call a 3-3-5 defense. And they've been pretty coy about what they're going to do out of that defense. I know it's to be tricky to try to scout. They give you one look, and defenses always try to throw you off. But interesting to see. That's been the biggest talk among the media around here. Is okay, what is that 3-3-5 going to do? How different is it under the new defensive coordinator? Will they be able to, learn it pretty quickly as they brought in, a lot of the guys that had coached with Coach Houck at Montana to run this defense? And Brett Bielema says he's found it to be a defense that's hard to scout. And he says a lot of it will be the same as last year, but there'll be some wrinkles to it too. So, but they've been pretty hush hush about what exactly that defense is going to do. Is it going to be blitzing more? Are they going to, how are they going to play out of it? And they did okay, and they did pretty good on defense last year, gave about 24 points a game. But I think it'll be interesting to see what that scheme and how it works. That'll be one of the big stories to watch early.
Brian, one of the things that they'll definitely want to improve on defensively from a year ago is their efficiency on third downs. It was one of the worst in the conference, around 45% conversion rate, which, certainly keeping drives alive, just keeping that offense off the field, basically turning the game back around on Illinois, who likes to be the ball control team. I'm assuming that was one of the big focal points this offseason, was fixing those third down stops.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it is. And that was, like you said, that'll just kill you as the game goes on. It's just when you can't stop somebody on 3rd and 15, you're in trouble. And, and they had a little bit too much of that. You're right, during the year. They would get close to stopping them. And then, someone would convert a big third down and continue the drive. And that eats away. It takes the ball away from your offense. And their potential explosiveness and the things they can do. So, yeah, that was a factor, and I'm sure that was something that's been talked about. Is with this new defense, how can we be better on third down?
Brian, so often we'll hear in football that being able to win one-score games on a yearly basis, it's like a lot more random than people would assume. And yet Illinois has won 13 one-score games over the last 3 seasons, which is the most in college football. Their percentage in those games is 5th best in the entire country. What is it about Bielema that he and his program have been able to do this with different guys at a lot of different spots over the last 3 years?
Well, I think it's the thing he talked about when Brett got here was, first of all, he said we got to, when you're turning around a program that had really scuffled in the mid 2010s, is you got to quit beating yourself. You got to quit doing the silly things that get you beat. And what they've done over time and how they've become so consistent is they just don't beat themselves very often. They don't turn it over a lot. They don't commit the silly penalties a lot. There have been games where it's cropped up, but for the most part, they're very disciplined that way. And, he just doesn't tolerate it. And it's been ingrained over the last couple of years, because those things make a difference in a one-score game, as you guys know. I mean, it's just it'll kill a possession. It'll like we talked about on defense, being better on third down. But he's just really his teams, even in the years we didn't win, 6 games where they've just missed out on a bowl at 5 and 7. There was 2 or 3 of those games in each of those 2 years they could have won. But they were close, and the reason they were close is because they didn't do the silly things that get you beat. And that's the thing. I think it's, people talk culture and whatever, but no matter the players that we've had, it's become a team thing that if you're going to beat Illinois, you're going to have to beat them. They will not beat themselves. And that was not always true for a lot of years. There was a lot of years where penalties, mistakes, things like that got you beat. He was able to stop that bleeding early in his time here, and then they've just built on it from there.
The 2 teams will start the month of November against each other on a Friday night in Champaign, Nebraska and Illinois. Illinois has been our team today in 25 teams and 25 grums. Brian Barnhart, the voice of the Illini. Brian, we appreciate it. Thanks, and enjoy the season.
Hey, we're looking forward to it. We start on a Thursday night. So that'll be coming up here pretty soon in a couple of weeks. And, I'm ready to go. We're excited. Got some home games early, and then we go to Ohio State there later September, and so that'll be a big test early.
Absolutely. Brian, thanks a lot for the time.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, see you guys.
Brian Barnhart joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. So the schedule as it sets up could lend itself to a solid start.
Ohio State?
You do have Ohio State at the end of September in the conference opener. You get the return trip by Duke,
who they
Champaign.
Smoked last year.
They smoked them last year, and of course, Mensa is no longer their quarterback. While Illinois has gone through changes, so too has Duke.
Mm-hmm.
Then after Ohio State, you have Purdue, then at Michigan State before the bye, the idle week, right smack dab in the middle of the season.
5-1.
There is a chance for a 5-1 start.
Yeah.
But then you look at the back half of the schedule.
Tough.
And it starts with Oregon at home.
Yep.
Go to Maryland. Could be a tricky game. Then the short turnaround hosting Nebraska. Then you go to UCLA, who a lot of people with Bob Chesney as
they're
new
getting
head coach,
gassed up. Yep.
They are getting gassed up big time.
Yep.
And then you finish with Iowa and then at Northwestern. I mean, it's a team that certainly can be an 8-win football team, but the back half of the schedule is going to help define it. And I've said it before, and I know Brian kind of made the joke, but if you go back through the history in the Big Ten of Nebraska and Illinois, it seems like how that game has gone has been a bit of a microcosm for how the entire season has been. It obviously started the year back in
21.
In 21, it was
Terrible.
a disaster.
Yeah, in a variety of ways.
The loss.
The COVID loss. Hell, that was, they were, if I remember right, they were coming off of the Penn State win in that game, and then they played like crap. They turned the ball over on their first drive, and they get reverse covered there. Meanwhile, I would say even though year one of Matt Rule, they don't make the bowl game, they get that huge, important Friday night win on a short week on the road after they got blitzed by Michigan. And that was a really good one. Meanwhile, 2024 seems like a nice breakthrough is happening. They come into town on Friday night. They ruin your 400 sellout. And
Correct.
so I think that it's an apt comparison. It's going to come down to how well they do at replacing all of the guys from a year ago. Michael sent me some notes. 8 starters lost from last year's offense, including the quarterback, 4 offensive linemen, etc. Their defensive line lost 165 starts. 165 starts. But the schedule manageable. And so can you take advantage of the schedule? I think that it's possible, certainly. I look at that Purdue game sneaky at the beginning of October. Coming off of Ohio State, they're certainly going to lose that game. And so what happens when Purdue comes to town? Can you get off the schneid, take care of business there, do the same against Michigan State the following week, be 5-1 going into Oregon, and you're probably looking at 5-2, but then Maryland the following week? I mean, there's definitely a world where they have 6 wins by the time Nebraska comes into town.
Right.
If I'm an Illinois fan, that's what I'm certainly hoping for.
That's Illinois in 25 teams in 25 grums. What do we have tomorrow?
I know what it is, Nick.
Tomorrow for 25 teams and 25 grums, we are going to be talking with, I was hoping I could
Chris
remember.
Blair, who is the voice
Blair.
of LSU.
That's right.
LSU?
Nice.
They're not on Nebraska's schedule.
They're a playoff contender, John. People forget we're doing playoff contenders too.
Well, I look forward to talking about LSU and their new coach. You might have heard of him, Lane Kiffin.
It looks like Nick only has 3 guests left to book. He has
he's making progress.
He has 1 Nebraska opponent left because we're not doing North Dakota. And so then he has some of the wild card top teams.
Why are we doing
country.
North Dakota?
I couldn't get a hold of anybody. I tried.
Nobody covers
There's no one in
football.
North Dakota. They don't all share one phone.
Apparently they do.
We like
Jeez.
Fargo, eh?
That might be the best non-conference game on the schedule.
I know. I tried. There's like 4 people that cover them, and nobody wanted to talk to me.
Oh, this is not. Oh man,
People are saying.
Nebraska loses this game.
I did
especially
try.
with Cole Swindell. Can you get Cole Swindell on the phone? We can at least preview the concert.
Nice. Are we doing our little checklist exercise next?
Well, we can, but
I want to do that.
But I also want to get to 100 days to the NFL.
Okay.
And yeah, we can do the checklist. Mitch Holtz's training camp report coming up. Steve Sipple's coming up.
A lot of stuff
on 1620 The Zone.
This is a segment open, and frankly, not a very original one. You see, Josh loves counting things down because he can't live in the moment.
This one, a long time have I watched. All of his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. You are reckless.
Anyway, this is 100 Days to the NFL. Oh, and there's an obligatory Brent Musburger clip because every Josh Open has to have one.
You are looking live.
Something on 1620 The Zone. Press the button, Nick.
Oh, yes. It's 100 days to the NFL. I don't know why they're bothering with these preseason games. It's still 100 days to go.
It's so far away.
It's
Pretty
so
weird.
far away.
They're still playing MLB. The World Series hasn't even happened yet.
But, there's a lot of different power rankings and ways that you can measure team strength against other teams now that we have, so much data out there and so many analytics folks who like to, congregate and then spit out all of this data. But one thing we don't know a lot of is the insight into what Vegas thinks.
Correct. It's all kept under lock and key.
Those are the folks whose livelihoods depend on the result of those games and getting people to bet one side or the other.
So why would they want that stuff out there and available?
Well, our good friend of the program, Todd Furman, who is our regular Thursday guest, tweeted out the NFL market power rankings. This is maybe a little bit of a peek into the curtain.
Mm-hmm. Behind the curtain.
Or behind the curtain, not in the
Around the curtain.
Around the curtain.
Ooh, a little reach around the curtain.
And here is what it shows. Now, I know why we're doing this segment. I don't know why. I don't know what
classic.
I don't know if the ranking is average points above or below the point spread.
Ranking is right.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it means. It might be.
Yeah. Well, my guess is average. It is the number is above the average. And
Numbers above the average.
So like Jacksonville is 0.73 points above average.
Yeah. The top 5: Rams, Seahawks, Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs.
Well, some of that would be based off of the public, would it not?
Possibly.
That'd be my guess.
The next 5: Chargers, Lions, 49ers, Packers, Eagles. Dallas is perfectly mid. They're right in the middle, 16th. The Dolphins are not last.
Not last, Nick. You're not the worst.
Almost last.
At least you're not the Arizona Cardinals.
Quite last.
We're better than the Cardinals.
One thing, though, that stands out when you look at this is I like to look at whatever the rating is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You look to see, okay, what's the gap?
Yes.
What are the gaps like?
Yeah.
And what really stands out is while you have a lot of teams, from place to place to place are fairly evenly gapped.
Mm-hmm.
The gap between what Furman's numbers are pointing out between the Rams and the Seahawks is almost 2 full points. 6.09 for LA, 4.14 for Seattle. You look at everywhere else on this graphic, and the teams are maybe separated by a half a point at most.
Mm-hmm. The biggest one is Jets are 30th at 5.22, negative 5.22. Then the Dolphins are -6, and then the Cards are negative 6.71. So that's like the only other really big jump.
Right. But it's almost 2 full points between the Rams and the Seahawks. Yet between the Seahawks and the Bills, it's only a couple of tenths.
Mm-hmm.
Ravens are about a half behind. The Chiefs are about 4 tenths behind. But it's just interesting to see. And this is Vegas derived. Todd Furman, who has been a longtime bookmaker at Caesars, now works in the private sector away from the bookmaking side of things.
Yes.
But it's interesting to see just what the gap is right there. And that is That's Vegas talking. That's not.
Matthew says, are we doing these NFL rating things because of John's love for the Rams? Yes. The answer is obviously yes. That's why we doing
still
this
would have
segment.
done this no matter who was number one.
If the Chiefs would have been number one.
It would have been a question in content,
and
I think, if that
if the Rams
case.
and Chiefs were switched,
Yeah,
would you
be
have
like,
the same enthusiasm?
what do you think about this? But instead, it's, wow, this is
It's not.
Nick, this is really interesting.
It's not about enthusiasm.
The Rams are 2 points.
I'm sorry,
better.
you guys chose bad teams to cheer for. It's not my fault.
Remember, Josh, how last year around, I don't know, NFL MVP season, we suddenly started talking about NFL MVP candidates?
A topic never done on this show before was in the rundown.
It wouldn't have
every
been
day.
a topic if you had so many idiots from Boston saying, "It's gonna be Drake May. He's so good."
Amazing.
It wouldn't have been a topic.
Well, those guys are idiots in John's defense.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're not going to get me defending people from Boston.
Not going to get me to defend Drake May.
Sorry, do you want me to focus in on the gap between the Patriots and the Texans? That isn't interesting, though. If you look at the
Oh, I guess we will focus on it.
No, not the Patriots and the Texans, but the teams that were in the AFC playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how many of those playoff teams, like New England, like Houston, like Denver, are 11th, 12th, and 14th.
Meanwhile, the Ravens didn't make the playoff 4th. The Chiefs didn't make the playoff 5th.
Correct.
Yeah. Also, Texans being below the Patriots I wouldn't do that. I think some fall off is coming from the old New England Patriots.
I agree because once again, I think the Patriots stumbled into the Super Bowl.
Well, okay, they did have to win the games, Nick, and they did have to win the games in the regular season.
Now, did the Patriots win the games or did they just not lose the games?
Yes, I would agree. CJ Stroud was a tire fire. The Broncos had a backup quarterback, and they decided to go for it when they could have kicked a field goal before a snowstorm came into town. Yeah, pretty crazy.
Yep.
Football. What a great sport.
Football.
All right, you want to start a checklist? We'll start a checklist.
I would love to start a checklist. Do we want to set this up with yesterday's again? The discussion we had yesterday, just to kind of give people an idea of what we're trying to do.
What we're trying to do is we're going to create a checklist of items that we would like to see out of this year's team. Because, to go back to the Matt Rule quote that he had with BTN, he believes this is his best Nebraska football team.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very good chance, however, it won't show itself in the record. The record may be identical to last year. It may actually be worse than last year. And so we wanted to come up with some things that were non-record based that we could identify as progress, as actually giving some weight to the idea of better, even if the record ends up identical or if the record ends up worse.
So you wouldn't want to do any record, any that are just pure record based. So like last year.
Well, no, not necessarily that.
Okay.
I'm just saying overall record because a lot of people, because this all was prompted by Nick's comment of, well, but so if they're going to be, if they're supposed to be a better football team, that means they'll have a better record. To which we said, well, but there's that schedule thing.
Yeah, because last year, here's what I did. I found 4 ways that I thought we could define a season as good. Overall regular season record, I said if they went 8-4 or better. Performance versus rivals, 2-0 versus Minnesota and Iowa. I said beating a team they're not supposed to beat. And last year, coming into the year, it was Michigan and Penn State. Those were the only 2. And then 4 being in the playoff mix late in the season, a.k.a. have a realistic shot when you enter November. And they went 1 for 4. That was the only one they did. They were 6-2 entering November. And so while it would have been a long shot, on paper, they did enter the month of November with a chance to make it to the college football playoff. And so those were what I did last year. And so we're trying to think about it from that kind of similar idea.
So we want to come up with some different items so that we can look at it at the end of the season and say they checked that box, they checked that box, they checked that box.
And a reminder, last year I said if you check 1 of the 4, if you check 2 of the 4 there, then that means, in my opinion, that it was a successful season. And certainly if you checked 3 of the 4, then you're golden.
Are we going to include this checklist with our end of year predictions just so it's all kind of right there?
What do you mean?
Or when are we going to go over this checklist?
At the end of the season.
Once we get this baby done, we're gonna tape it up there on the glass.
And so what is nice about this is, again, there will be a myriad of options. They don't have to do all of them, and that's what makes this fun.
We'll
if you're
have
able to do a few
see how
of them,
many we come up with.
So during a commercial, because I didn't realize we were doing this today, I wrote down 3. I wrote down 3 things, and none of them is an overall record, but I have 3 things for you. Beat Iowa. I think that deserves its own little category. Beat Iowa. Sadly, there is not a second rival on the schedule this year because I wish it could be like last year, go 2-0 against your rivals, but they only have one on their schedule this year, right? Beat Iowa.
The only reason I hesitate on this one is, what if they beat Iowa, but they end up like 4-8?
Well, again, that's why it would probably be the only box they check, and thus, if let's pretend we get to the end of this exercise and we have 6 things we can agree on. If you only go 1 for 6. Then that's not successful.
Yeah.
It's a data point. The next 2, beat one of the top 6 teams on the schedule, AKA beat Oregon, beat Indiana, or beat Ohio State.
Well, that was the first thing that I put down, and it's beating a ranked team.
So you're expanding it past
or upsetting someone. Because as an underdog, Matt Rule is 2-14.
Yikes.
2-14 as an underdog. They only beat Illinois in 23, and believe it or not, last year UCLA was a 1.5 favorite.
Mm-hmm. That's wild.
So I think beating a ranked team, because we don't know. I mean, some of these teams that we're identifying today, what if Iowa circles the drain? What if one of the 3 playoff teams has an off year? You never know.
Well, again,
so I'm
that's
just
why
saying,
we're presenting multiple
beat a
options.
ranked team, end that streak. Beat a ranked team, which also probably would be upsetting someone because I'm guessing Nebraska is not going to be favored in any of those games where they play a ranked team.
Okay.
I also put down putting a scare into 2 out of the 3 big dogs.
What would you define as a scare?
Well, that's the beauty of the exercise is we'll know it when we see it.
It's a game in the fourth quarter.
We'll know it when we see it.
You have a lead at halftime. Any of those.
Obviously, it would require covering because in all of those games there'll be double-digit underdogs. But we'll know it when we see it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll know if Nebraska was giving Indiana the business for a while and then still ended up losing by 10. We'll know it.
That's a scare.
We'll know it when we see it.
Okay.
And then the last one I put on here was 2 wins in November.
And I talked about that with Michael yesterday. I agree with you.
2. I mean, they've only done it twice in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And if you look at the November schedule, it's going to require beating either Illinois, Ohio State, Iowa, or is it Rutgers? Rutgers is the other one, right? So they'll probably people assume they're going to get Rutgers, but think about it, okay? Winning 2 out of those 4, even if they beat the so-called lesser of the teams, that's 2 road wins. That's a win at Illinois, and that's a win at Rutgers. So 2-2 with those wins, still, it's not bad. And obviously, if one of those wins is either Iowa or Ohio State, it could check off multiple boxes. So I think just getting 2 wins in November, to me, it would be something worth a check.
I wrote down something similar, and I'm curious as to what you think of this. I wrote down, and we could throw Rutgers in too if we want. I said go 3-1 versus Michigan State, Maryland, Washington, and Illinois. I'm trying to have them have a good record against the non-Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon, and then I threw Iowa aside because they're a rival.
Well, it's going 3-1 against teams in your neighborhood.
Yeah, so maybe
these are
I should
all going to be
Rutgers.
teams in your neighborhood.
I'm gonna adjust this 4-1 versus those teams and also Rutgers. 4-1 versus Michigan State, Maryland, Washington, Illinois, and Rutgers. Do you like that or no?
Yeah.
Because I think that Nebraska.
If they go 4-1 there, that means they,
Yeah.
Well, now I guess the catch would be that could they still end up being 4-5 in the conference?
Could. There's a world where you go 4. Yeah. Where you go, 4-1.
But they are all teams, and some will say, well, Washington's preseason ranked, so
maybe
they're
I
not
should
really in
remove
Nebraska's neighborhood.
They've been a way better program. But it's a home game, and that's kind of
well. Then what if we switched it to go 4-0 and take Washington out?
I like that. And again, this is not what I think is going to happen. But
none of these are necessarily things we think are going to happen.
We're trying to find what defines success.
What defines success?
And
what
options.
defines progress beyond just the overall wins and losses?
I like that because last year, I remember at one point in October thinking they have to go 4-0 in this month for me to feel good about it. and then they lost to Minnesota, and of course that just ruined the vibes of everything. But they were favored in all 4 of those games, a couple of them on the road. That got destroyed, of course, against Minnesota, but they beat the other 3 teams. And so I'm trying to find things that they need to do, and I think that is one of them. So you disagreed, though, on the Iowa thing. You wouldn't want that as an option?
I didn't disagree. I just...
See, because here's why I define it this way. We're trying to figure out what is a successful season. For the most part, for me, it is hard to imagine a season being successful with another loss to Iowa. Like, I guess there's a world where you're 11-0 and you lose to Iowa, and I know that'd be weird. But I like, for where I think they will actually be, beating Iowa would represent a lot for me in terms of trying to find growth for them as a program. And so that's why I like that as an option. I do wish, again, another rival was on the schedule so I could say they got to go 2-0 against Iowa and Wisconsin, for example, or Iowa and Minnesota. You know, those are the 2, programs other than Iowa.
Sure, I'll take it. Sure, why not?
And so I guess we're kind of altering I said beat one of the top 6 teams, whereas you viewed it as more just play them close. Don't get smoked by one of those teams.
I mean, beating a ranked team, that's my first one, so that kind of covers that.
It does.
But
true.
they need that. They need to end that.
Yeah.
Not just for Nebraska. Remember, Matt Rule's record against ranked teams is abysmal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 2 and something.
He hasn't beaten a ranked team since he was at Temple.
Yeah, and that was a decade ago, I think, the last
so
time.
So that needs to happen.
Yeah.
I think, if you're going to say you're showing some kind of progress.
Sean writes, for showing progress, have 3 timeouts remaining in the 4th quarter. I did see somebody say timeout usage. That would be very hard to define.
Yeah, it would.
Very hard.
And there are
define.
some timeouts that you take early in games that's not a bad timeout. They're not all bad timeouts. Just a lot of them are.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll continue assembling this list. We have a couple of weeks.
Okay.
We'll put it up on the wall.
Awesome.
And we'll see how many checks they can get.
Awesome.
But coming up next, Mitch Holtis. We're going to be talking about Tyquan Thornton, and Eric Bieniemy spoke to the media today. We'll get some updates from St. Joe. They're about to break up camp in St. Joe. They'll be done in St. Joe for another year.
One more real fast. Sorry. Doug and Idaho win Matt's first game when he is trailed at the half. That is a good one. They have never done that. They've never trailed at the half at Nebraska and won.
Yeah, but what if they're trailing it? What if they're like down 14-13 to North Dakota?
Well, then there's a whole other problem, John. We're having it's
bad.
It's bad.
It's funny.
16-20 the zone.
becoming a complete receiver and running slants, crossers, move the chains, 3rd and 4 for 6. How much have you worked at that?
Man, we've been working at it since, man, early in the spring, man, when EB got back, man, we've been putting in some new plays, some new concepts, man. We want to threaten the defense vertically, and that created a lot of spaces in the middle of the field.
What have you done in your personal work to make it even better for you?
Man, just just getting extra catches in and working on the route details, man. We have a great wide receiver coach, man, that we work the details and the route details and everything that we do. We want to be intentional every time we go out there. So now when we go and do it live in the periods, it just be like crisp.
That is Chiefs wide receiver Tyquan Thornton. And, of course, our Mitch Holtis training camp reports are brought to you by Hy-Vee. World's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch joining us from St. Joe. Tyquan Thornton, obviously, Chiefs have been looking for playmakers and trying to get, more guys around Mahomes to make that offense click. And some of the things you talked about, obviously, right there. But what are some other things that he has to be on the ball with this year?
Well, okay, let's take your Rams, for example. And when you look at a Puka Nacua, and I'm not saying Tyquan Thornton's Puka Nacua, but Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams are not only guys that can make big plays and get behind the defense, they also can get the 3rd and 8 catch for 10, keep drives alive, make the tough catch. Tyquan has had some splash plays, 61-yard play against Denver last year at Denver, 49-yard touchdown against the Eagles, a very pivotal 33-yard pass on Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants. But it's been flashes, once a month, double move kind of looks. And for Tyquan to make the next step, you guys, it's being that plus. You still got to be an underneath receiver and catch those routes that I mentioned, the crossers, the digs, the quick slants, and make it know you're going to get hit and get a first down. If Tyquan's going to move forward in his career, that's got to be in his toolbox.
Mitch, what is the theme of this week, and how does he fit into that theme?
Well, my theme of this week is guys that don't have to do it. Last week it was Karloff, Cole Williams, right? They got to do it to get the Chiefs back and challenging for division title and winning get to try to be a Super Bowl contender in the AFC. This week it's guys that it wouldn't have to happen, but if it does happen, you've got some real stories going on. Brashard Smith yesterday, Tyquan Thornton. They've been complementary players or introductory players in the case of Brashard. But if they can make the jump forward, then you've got another couple of weapons in your repertoire if you're Andy Reid and Eric Bieniemy. So my point here this week is doesn't have to happen, but it'd be nice to happen.
Okay.
Mitch, speaking of Eric Bieniemy, I believe today was his first media session since returning to the team a week or so ago. I'm curious if you had a chance to hear anything of what Coach said, and I know you talked to him away from the open mics. How have things been over the last week? And now, how has that transition gone into really diving right back into offensive coordinator football mode with the Chiefs? I saw him walking on the practice field this morning with our own Emmett Johnson.
Yeah, absolutely. He sees what we're all seeing in Emmett Johnson, and tomorrow, of course, or 2 days away from Emmett Johnson Thursday. But yeah, no, EB sees it, and I think EB sees a little bit of himself in him. But it's the situation with Emmett. With EB and Mia and Elijah. There's just so many layers to it, and it's super sad. But it would have been much sadder had Mia not survived. It was a little emotional today. I actually sat in on it. I don't normally do that. I'm getting player sound or talking to the players, and the sound that you hear I get after practice. But I sat on that session today because I knew he was going to be there, and I just wanted to see him and hear him. He's so thankful that Mia's going to be okay. And he mentioned, I can't think of the wording. He said, I want to keep it all private, and I appreciate he's telling everybody in the media, thanks for helping keep it private, but she's doing fine and enough for that I'm back here. But it almost that's not therapeutic's the right word. It's the right thing to do. I think Mia's like, I'm fine. Go back and coach those guys. and that's where he's at right now. And I think that it's just good for EB's soul to be knowing that his wife's okay. He also knows he wants to help his son all he can, but he's also here helping his other sons on this team because EB, even though he's the drill instructor, he is loved by these guys.
Saw that L'Jarius Sneed was in pads. I believe that's the first time this camp, correct?
Absolutely. And that was a good sign. Although injuries are starting to pop up other places, 15 offensive linemen, there are only 11 out there today. Trey Smith is still hurt. And then Josh Simmons didn't practice today because of a back issue. Hopefully that's not a problem, or keep him out. I think it'd be good for him to play on Saturday night against the Buccaneers. But to see L'Jarius Sneed out there was a good deal. And you've got the yellow shirt off of Mansour Delane, and you start to see some kind of it come together when you add in Noel Williams and the other DBs and your nickels and dimes and your safeties. I just think, as I told you, it's going to be a way better secondary, more aggressive, tough, feistier, take the ball away, punch it out. They've got to be that way.
Mitch, who is our featured player tomorrow?
The one player that's important that you haven't talked about yet or even mentioned it when you're not on with me, and you talk about other Chiefs players or people call in, I'll bet. You guys try to figure out who I'm talking about and see if you can guess it. But he's got way more importance than anybody has even realized to this point.
Well, I don't want to spend so much time on Ty Simpson. I know he had a great game and all, but
yeah, I thought you were going to.
A lot of easy passes for old Ty in that game.
Easy pass. Are you saying the Chiefs' backup defense sucks?
No, I'm saying the Chiefs did no exotic pressure or blitzing. Mitch, you're a ball knower. Tell John that the Chiefs were just playing.
Here we go, the deniers.
This is incredible. This is incredible.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Ty. You're in college, but go ahead and take general math. It's not even for credit. You don't even get 3 hours of credit for it, but just go and go to that class and build your confidence. That's okay. Go, Ty. There it is.
All right, so we're supposed to guess. We're supposed to guess who tomorrow's player is. A guy we haven't talked about yet. Let's see.
Yeah, just talk amongst yourselves. We'll leave it a mystery, but
okay.
I guarantee you've not talked about him. If I pop it out there and you'll say, no, we did. We talked about him Tuesday a week ago. We'll see. We'll just see.
Okay.
See how really unrammed eyes you are. And
okay.
Chiefs.
I look forward to tomorrow's conversation with Steve Fuller.
Yeah, I thought Tyler Thigpen would come right off the
sure.
right
Why
tip
not?
of your tongue. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you tomorrow, Mitch. Thanks.
See you, boys.
Bye, Mitch.
That is Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Trying to remember who we haven't talked about that's like a important player.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Yes, we will. We will.
That's called a tease.
By the way, put out a call for the markers for a successful season. Hit us up. Let us know. So I ran out of characters, so I only wrote a few down. But beat Iowa, put a scare in the big dogs. Go 4-0 against Michigan State, Maryland, Illinois. And Rutgers.
I've got it started here, so that then we
can
hook
us up,
print it off, and
it'd be nice to have.
Slap it up there on the glass panel
in
our beautiful new studio. Coming up next, the super hot take market.
Awesome.
Something tells me the uniforms are going to get brought up, but maybe not for the reason you think.
And I will defend somebody that I don't like defending. And it's not that person, John or Nick.
Pol Pot.
No, Nick. I would never defend Pol Pot.
Kamala?
No. Well, I've defended her from time to time.
Mussolini.
No. Again, this is sports related.
Oh, sports related.
Putin would have loved Canva. Know that photo I'm talking about, Nick, when he removed that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You mean Stalin?
Greg Hardy,
it was. Damn, I bet Putin did too, though.
You're defending Greg Hardy.
No, absolutely. Don't you dare say that.
David Duke, not the basketball one.
No, just the basketball David Duke.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll find out next. And then Steve Sipple.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
us at 2:50 tomorrow. That jerk.
He is unavailable today. Well, we'll talk to him tomorrow. That gives him more time to think about what he saw today. Now, I only have the one hot take.
I
Did
got
you have
two.
multiple?
I got
Go
two.
ahead.
Yeah, I got two. Hot take, I believe. It's okay to do senior day at the start of the season. Ryan Day, I
Why do you
stand
sound so
with you
disappointed?
because I'm defending Ryan Day. That's the guy.
I thought you were defending someone you can't believe you're. I mean,
yeah, Ryan Day. Why would I ever say
why
anything
wouldn't
nice
you defend
about...
Ryan Day? He's such a successful coach, national champion.
He is. But I didn't realize people were actually mad about this. It's weird. As someone who watches other sports, you know me, other sports watcher, it's what they call me.
Sure.
They do senior days and senior nights all over the calendar. You know, like Creighton soccer will sometimes do it like with weeks to go.
Sure.
You know, I think basketball, you guys have always done it on the last home game of the season. But like, I get it. I've always found it a bit odd. I've been at rivalry games before, last game of the season, and it's like intensity, and then it's like, and now the players are going to cry and hug their coach. I like this. Like, focus on the Michigan game. I think this is a normal thing to do. I think we should normalize having senior days whenever you want senior day to be.
I mean, is there even a point to senior day anymore?
That's a great question.
Does anyone actually ever graduate anymore? And they certainly don't at the same school after spending there all 4 or 5 years.
That is a great question.
If anything, maybe we need to just do away with senior day because it's like, oh, you're telling me goodbye. I've only been here for 6 months.
That is a good call.
No, I agree. I don't think.
Where's Lou Holtz? Says Kenneth.
I don't think this is a bad idea.
I couldn't believe that. Like, I didn't realize people were actually mad about it. I saw the news item this weekend and I was like, cool. All right, see you later. And then I saw takes and I was like, people have takes. And now I guess I just proffered up a take and I apologize.
We know that the long storied winning tradition of Nebraska football is gone, which is why the patch is rightfully coming off the uniforms. The sellout streak, which we'll have more on in our segment,
Steve Sipple segment,
has been outed as artificially propped up.
Yeah.
When you've got nothing else tangible to cling to, uniform gimmicks are the easiest fallback option to create something exciting out of thin air. And generally, the fans like them. Generally. And they'll spend money to buy them.
So what's the hot take?
The hot take is this. Maybe Nebraska needs to take a page out of the Oregon playbook or do something in that same vein.
Whoa.
Nick and I are familiar in auto racing. Teams change their looks every year. Sometimes they get a new sponsor or
soccer does that.
Or they just change. Soccer does it.
Soccer has new uniforms every year
or
for
you
teams.
Can do what NASCAR does and have multiple paint jobs for a season, which I think is actually dumb.
The hot take. I think Nebraska should just lean into the idea of making changes every season. Every year has its own unique uniform.
Is this one you believe or you could be talked into?
It's one I believe. It's not one I necessarily support.
A hot take I don't support but believe.
But you need the money to keep up with NIL.
Dunko says, who are you and what have you done with John Bishop?
These are all things. Fans will buy this crap. You're going to see people wearing the ugly new uniforms this year.
That's so disappointing. They're so ugly.
Because people like to buy the new things.
Yeah.
Maybe Nebraska, and maybe it doesn't have to be every year, but maybe it needs to be more often. Again, you've dispatched with the whole tradition thing. You're not trying to look like you used to because you don't play like you used to. Oregon started doing all the gimmicky things they did, because old Phil Knight allowed it to happen because it was Nike, but also it created an image for Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Nebraska needs to do the same thing. Become the Oregon of the Midwest and have different looks for different seasons.
Wow.
Again, it's not one I necessarily support, but if they need the money, if they need to keep up in NIL and other avenues, why not?
Nick, did you have a hot take?
I do. It's not uniform related, believe it or not.
Okay.
As we get closer to the start of the NFL season, I found myself doing mental gymnastics that my brain knows are stupid, but my heart won't let me.
Oh, no. Are you thinking the Dolphins are going to be good?
And I find myself talking myself into the Dolphins and Malik Willis a little bit. Just a little bit.
What?
So my hot take here is I think the Dolphins will finish the season as a top 25 team.
Oh, okay. So they'll be
low end of the spectrum, but I think they will be in the top 25.
That's not good at all.
But it's better than I think a lot of people think they
That's
will
true.
do.
I think
And
that
looking
they're
at the schedule, it feels like a stretch even
How
for
are we
me.
going to do? So we're going to determine this by their draft
Yeah,
position?
I've never heard of someone say an NFL team will be a top 25
But
NFL
I'm talking
team.
like power rankings or whatever. Like people like usually universally
Well, I think
agree
we
on
should
power
just use the
rankings.
draft rankings. So should we put this on the list? Nick
Sure.
thinks Miami will be top 20 drafting inside the top 25.
Yes.
Now we're talking.
There we go.
Inside the top. No, wait. Inside the top 25.
Yeah, he's
No.
saying they're going to be in the top 25.
No, he's saying that they will be from 7 to 32. That's where they will draft. If they are one of the 25 best teams, they will not have a top 7 pick. That's what he's saying. He's saying they're not going to be the 30th worst team in the NFL.
I see.
Yes,
I see.
yes.
Okay,
Thank you for
yeah,
translating, Josh.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
John confused me when I confused him.
All right. So wait.
It's all
so
confusing.
what's Nick saying? That they will have the 18th pick or the 8th pick or worse in the first round?
Yes.
Okay. Dolphins will have the wow, that is weird.
Yeah, I'm talking myself into them a little bit, just a tiny bit.
Okay.
I don't think Malik Willis will be the worst.
Okay, well, I mean, he won't be the worst, but they're going to be terrible. You don't have any other good players.
We have HN.
Okay. John, I got a hot take I could be talked into. Is basically, I just wanted to make fun of the idea that Nebraska cares about championships and Oregon does not care about championships. And if you're an individual athlete and you care about being an individual, go to Oregon instead of Nebraska, and how somebody said that into a microphone. And it's very weird to me because Oregon competes for and wins championships and Nebraska doesn't anymore. But I don't think I could have landed the joke. Nick, I think, beat me to it.
Could I proffer that this individual might be just using Oregon as a catch-all? Because they are. Oregon is the catch-all for teams that
Because they're not a
change
ball
their
knower
local-
then.
Well, but they are.
But they care about championships. That's the idiocy.
Well, they've
here.
not won one.
They've won conference championships.
But they
In
haven't
fact,
won
they
a
won
national championship.
But they won a conference championship 2 years ago.
Well,
Two
I
years ago.
understand that, but they have not won. That's their big bugaboo is all this attention
Sure.
paid to them. They've never won a national championship.
That's pretty wild,
And
though,
they've only
like-
played for one.
No, they played for 2.
What was the
2010
other?
and 2014.
All right, 2.
Yeah.
I
Michael
don't
says, can you imagine the horrors Adidas would come up with if they had to create multiple new Husker uniforms each season? Honestly, I like it from that idea alone. I can't believe you just said Nebraska should do it.
I'm saying they got to lean into something.
Mm.
And if they're begging for money, this is one way to do it because people will buy the new stuff. They always do.
That's wild that they're going to buy this. This is slop.
Oh, they're absolutely
I'm
going
like,
to buy
I'm
it.
like, I like the helmet, but I'm not going to buy a helmet. I'm not going to buy a jersey either. But like the jerseys suck. That's the worst part of the whole alternate uniform. Power
Well, I'm
rank
not
the
even
parts
talking
of
about the alternate uniform. I'm talking about the new uniform.
Oh, those are terrible too.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
but
man.
but I think at the end of the day, you're going to see a lot of folks wearing it.
Yeah. Oh, God, you're right. That's
They will. They'll buy it. They do. They bought the damn ones. I bought my brother one of those with the big wide stripes down the sides.
I had one. I had
As
the,
one-
whole,
as
I had the
ugly
home
as
one, so it
those
just had
were.
the thin white piping. Kenneth says, tired buying tickets to games. Wired buying new slop unis. Stay tuned. We will talk about a story involving the sellout streak and how perhaps it is even more dire than we expected it to be at this moment in time.
Or is it?
Oh, are you doubting John Chapman?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay.
I just want to bring some more information into the conversation.
You have more information? Do you have sources?
Well, it's not so much sources. It's just, well, they're questions.
Okay.
We'll explain when we come back on 1620 The Zone. It's the happy hour without Steve Sipple.
The happy hour is on the air.
Hey, don't forget, go to 1620thezone.com. Go get yourself registered for the trip for two to Oregon. We already gave away this volleyball trip. Saw the Cubs promoting it last night before the excitement of MVPCA hitting the walk-off home run. They were promoting it. I was kind of waiting for some whimsical statement by Boog Shambi saying, hey, that Nebraska volleyball is pretty good. But they just kind of moved right on into the game. But now we're giving away a trip for two to the Oregon game. And if you would like to go, you need to go to 1620thezone.com and register right now. It's brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family at 1620 The Zone. And be listening in an hour's time. Because when it's time for What's for Dinner, it's going to be time for you to tell us what's for your dinner. And you can get a bonus qualification because this Grum all week long is giving away bonus qualifications. So you get the on-air qualification. Plus, if you go to the website and you register, that's an extra one. It's like being able to put two names into the hat. So be listening in an hour before we get to What's for Dinner. Normally, this is the time where Stephen M. Sipple joins us, but canceled. But
yeah, he'll be back tomorrow.
He will be on with us tomorrow at 2:50.
Indeed.
250.
But that's fine. You and I can talk now about some things.
Yeah, then we'll catch Sipple right before he has dinner.
That's a great call, Nick. What's for dinner? We can ask Sipple tomorrow.
We can. So apparently, the sellout streak, the story that won't die, is making the rounds again due to some reporting done by WOWT Channel 6 in Omaha.
Yeah, John Chapman did a story last night. Totally missed this over the course of the evening and watched it during one of the commercial breaks. And it was kind of one of those pieces where he goes out and about, talks to some fans. Hey, you're excited, right? And they're excited. And
right.
But, you know, it's not showing itself with the tickets being sold. This has been a hobby horse of ours for a while, right? Nebraska, where is it at? You know, and of course the age-old question of would the program ever actually let it meet its maker? Jannon has talked about it publicly. Troy Dannon has, that he is pushing his sales staff to actually sell. You know, I mean, he kind of gave the game away a little bit in Indy, but I respect that in the parlance of Connor Happer. I respect that, and I appreciate that he's doing that rather than the whole, well, let's have one donor buy up all of the tickets and they're technically sold. Now, look, 2.5 weeks to go until the season opener, and so let's see what actually happens. But watching the whole story, in the midst of it, he mentions that there are about 10,000 tickets available for the Indiana and the Ohio State games.
Right.
And you and I both had the question of, okay, so where is that data coming from? Well, near the very end, Brian Mastery, who kind of introduced the segment for Channel 6, he mentions that they reached out to the athletic department. And they had the numbers, and I put them on the screen. And Nebraska's capacity is around 82 and change, right? That's the official capacity that Memorial Stadium has at this moment in time.
Yeah, they list the stadium because remember, you know, when they count the attendance, when you see the attendance figures, that includes every human being in the stadium, from the players to the coaches to the employees.
And so that's why the number is always way higher.
Yeah, that's why the number has always been higher. So that's the number that's always been announced. But the actual capacity that they are listing for Memorial Stadium is 82,000 and change.
So that means, as John reported in the story, Indiana, John Chapman, not John Bishop.
Indiana, good on Chappie, man. I've been watching him for 40 years.
Yeah, shout out.
He's still cooking it, man. He's still going.
And I mean,
Ross Jerstam, he retires nicely. He retires. Chapman's like, hell no, I'm gonna keep working.
Indiana,
he's a working man.
For example, has sold 72. Now, this was as of last Monday, so of course things have probably changed since then. Indiana had sold as of last Monday 72,366. Ohio State had sold 72,746. So when he mentioned, like, hey, the two best teams on the schedule are coming in and they're 10,000 short, that's what we're talking about. Well,
isn't it crazy that the three best games are the three among the three lowest?
Yeah.
I mean, Ohio is at 74 and change. Bowling Green's at 74 and change. North Dakota, thank you, Cole Swindell,
74 and change.
74.
That's the game that has sold the most tickets.
Cole
North Dakota,
Swindell, baby.
Meanwhile, the one that has sold the least amount is Maryland. All of the Big Ten opponents, as of last Monday, had sold fewer than 73,000 tickets. Basically, they're all 8,000 plus short of being a sellout. So not every game is sold out. I cannot imagine have to imagine last time, John, that they got this far into the offseason without one game being sold out was 62.
Yeah, Iowa put out a
started.
press release about a month ago announcing a couple of sellouts at Kinnick.
Yeah.
Already.
Alex and Lincoln says fans are soft. They want to only see wins. Nick proffered a theory earlier how much of it is just that those games are cheaper, and they are.
Well, they've done the $25 a head tickets for
Yes.
Ohio and Bowling Green, and of course, North Dakota has the bonus of the concert.
Yeah. And Max says the same thing. The university has done the least amount of package deals for Indiana and Ohio State. Yeah, because they normally in the past they haven't had to. The big dogs have always been like, yeah, they're going to buy them because it's the good team.
It makes you wonder with just a couple of weeks to go. Now, granted, I guess the time is not of the essence. It's not like they have to announce a sellout before the season starts, but you do wonder if we get into, late September and the needle hasn't moved much on these 4 Big Ten games, if we'll start seeing some specials there.
I would imagine so.
Now, in the past, Dannon, who admitted this in Chicago, said, in the past, whatever unsold tickets we had, we sold for, and his quote was, dimes on the dollar to ticket brokers. And, I guess, who are they? Are they officially aligned with StubHub? I can't remember. They've had a deal with one of them.
I think so.
If I'm wrong, I apologize.
It's either them or TFL, I think.
But they basically, obviously there was the red carpet experience that Nick referenced to, where, they gave people or kids an opportunity to go see games for free. But this year, the idea was we want to try to sell these at something closer to what they're worth.
We don't want a big wig donor to pay a lot of money to buy them up so we can say they sold out.
Or we don't want to sell like 1,000 of them to Tickets or StubHub for...
It's SeatGeek, by the way.
Oh, it's SeatGeek. Okay, SeatGeek. So we don't want to sell, 1,000 of them to SeatGeek for dimes on the dollar, to use Dannon's vocabulary.
Jenna says, is that the first time they've come out and actually said that, despite it being common knowledge? Yes. We have never heard an athletic director. Even the red carpet stuff, that was as close as they had ever gotten prior.
Correct.
But there was there
was always stuff behind the scenes.
Correct.
I can remember 10, 15 years ago when this was when Andy was still our general manager, and he told us, hey, the athletic department's been getting a hold of us because we had season tickets here at the station. And because we were season ticket holders at the station, they were offering, hey, we'll sell you these other unsold seats for a discounted price, either for giveaways or, for your employees or whatever the case may be. And that was kind of all done hush-hush behind the scenes, right? Where they would reach out to businesses or season ticket holders and say, hey, we've got some extra tickets. We'll give you this special offer. So they had done that before.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's been the episodes in the past where they have gone to big money boosters to buy out the rest of the unsold seats.
I always forget
That's been done for years.
What's the famed one in the 90s, like North Texas or something like that?
Right. And of course, more recently, the red carpet experience. Then there's been selling it to SeatGeek. Now, the goal is, well, let's see if we can sell them ourselves, discounted, albeit, but at least to make some revenue. And it's obvious that they're willing to let this go to the finish line right up until the beginning of the season. And if the goal is, as I think it is, that they still want to keep this thing alive, that maybe we'll see, a week before the game, whatever remainder tickets are available for Ohio will be dumped off.
Yeah, Max says that does seem like a shockingly low amount of tickets sold this close to the season. We've
and
known
we've
all
never
offseason.
had these numbers before. To my recollection, I
can't
don't remember a
anything
story
this.
like this happening before.
But we've been talking about this for months, and I threw out a theory around the time of the College World Series that the spring game number was a canary in a coal mine, that it was a lot more precarious than I think a lot of people realize. That said, as someone who has thought this is going to be tougher than ever, John, these numbers are actually staggering. 10,000 short for Indiana and Ohio State. And basically it's 8,000 short for everybody, at least. That's incredible. The season is 2.5 weeks away. The regular season starts in 18 days. And
again,
they are 8,000 short, or at least they were as of last week. 8,000.
And I don't know if this was, it's obvious. The university's not trying to hide it anymore.
Correct.
I'm sure somebody in the news department at WWT said, hey, this is an interesting story. We should follow up on it. They make some calls. The university says, and these are exact numbers as of last week. Now, this was 8 days ago.
Yes, last Monday.
This was 8 days ago that these numbers that we're showing you on the screen, courtesy of First Alert 6, were published. I do wonder, because I've long said they're not going to let this thing die. But
especially right now.
But the fact that Dannon has let the cat out of the bag about what they've done recently with basically giving these tickets away to ticket brokers.
And then this.
I do wonder if they're going, if there might be a willingness to say, we tried.
And that's the thing. More than ever, they are actually trying, because I had somebody send me a photo of the front page of the Journal-Star this weekend, and what was on the top of it or the bottom of the front page. Buy your tickets now. They've been doing this. They've been pounding the pavement. They've been offering up opportunities. I've told the story multiple times of calling a fan that I know who has gone to games but has never been a season ticket holder, calling them and asking, can we get you into the stadium? Would you be interested in going to the stadium? Would you be they are genuinely, they are trying. And I've long thought that the opinion that you have is the correct one, mainly from this standpoint. If they get through this season, there is a ceiling that is going to drop on the number of tickets available,
right? Because the stadium will be at reduced capacity next year.
And then John,
probably for 2 years.
And I really believe now their original plan for the number of seats is going to be lower. It's going to be lower than the 80 that they've talked about. Given that, look at this, look at how many they have sold now. They are going to get out in front of that, and the stadium will be smaller whenever it's done with construction. And so it's like all you got to do is make it through this year, and you are probably good for a while. 2.5 weeks, and there's only this, there are this many available. Again, it's a legitimate, staggering number.
And it's been kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing that has been talked about for really the last 20 years. Certainly in the last 10, since the fortunes of the football program have gone south.
Yes.
Or certainly not what they were. And that is, there's more of an acknowledgement now than we've ever had before that tickets aren't sold. Max points out, I'd be very curious as to what the previous high ticket dump off is. I really have no other game of reference. Neither do we. Because again, these numbers have never been, to my recollection, have ever been published before. In mass like this for every game.
I think red carpet experience was like 2,500.
Right. But in terms of,
so like that's
of
even
having
a
number, in terms of having a raw number of, here's how many tickets we have sold with X amount of days before the first game.
We've never seen this before.
I've never seen this before.
No, but I think
the willingness that they have to share that information, it's advertising for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because then there's folks, oh, wow, there's stuff available.
Mm-hmm.
But then, of course, now knowing what the availability is, it makes you wonder if the bargain shoppers are saying, I'll wait. Bring those babies down to $10 a piece, and then we'll talk. You know what I'm saying? Because now, in a society where there's a finite, this isn't like buying gasoline, right? We know that there's always gasoline out there.
Yeah.
But in a situation where there is a finite supply, and that helps determine the market value. Obviously, the more needed of a finite supply something is, the higher the value, and vice versa. And by publishing these numbers, you got a lot of folks who might be on the fence, or were people who have dumped their season tickets in the past and said, yeah, I just didn't renew this year. Some of them who might still be willing to go to games can now look at these numbers and say, interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, I just had a tweet sent to me. This is from a couple days ago, and they announced the blackout uniforms. The Black Sea awaits, and they have a blackout ticket deal. Purchase the Washington ticket and get either Ohio or Bowling Green for $20. So, like, I mean, truly a buy one, get one free kind of a situation. Buy the big dog, and we'll give you the other thing for a little bit cheaper.
For a lot cheaper.
There was a comment a little bit ago. One of our dear friends of the Grum is Kenneth, and Kenneth is a Notre Dame fan. And Notre Dame's sellout streak did indeed die a handful of years ago. And he said, I'm trying to find it, but it was basically Notre Dame let it die in 2019. And here it is. The end is near. Let it die. It felt like a huge sigh of relief when Notre Dame did it in 2019.
Huge sigh of relief for who?
I'm guessing for him, and I'm guessing for the fan base. That because I
don't remember. I mean, and I don't
now this is something that people around here have defined themselves by.
Exactly. This has been a defining moment. They held celebrations. There was just one a couple of years ago, the 400th. Yeah. This has been something that, of all the things, this was the one streak that has not been allowed to perish.
And so if it does,
whether you think it's propped up artificially or not,
which it is,
it has not been allowed to perish. They announce it at the stadium. They flip the number over. Yep. They celebrate it. They put it in the notes. It's talked about on television. Every
single time. You're
all
right.
All of that stuff.
Yep.
This is the one that they have not allowed to die. It has come to define the fan base. Notre Dame doesn't need a sellout streak to define Notre Dame, because Notre Dame's always been this national entity, and they've never really, propped it up. Hey, every game's a sellout. They've never done that. Nebraska, because it became such a defining mark over years. I mean, Josh, I remember these things being talked about when I was a child. Yeah. For the 100th sellout or the 150th. I mean, this has been an ongoing thing for a while, a point of pride that Nebraskans have pointed at and said, look at us, that nobody else has taken to this level.
I mean, again,
ever.
It is the identity of this place. It is the identity of Nebraska football, and it has been for your entire life.
And certainly
my
the identity
life.
of the fans. It's
yes.
certainly been the identity
but
of the fans.
I would say it's the program as well.
Sure.
Given how important it's obviously been to them.
To it. Yeah. Absolutely. They say, hey, every game's been a sellout.
You asked the question of Kenneth, who was breathing a sigh of relief. He says everyone involved, athletic department, fans, etc. It was one less stupid thing they had to focus on instead of actually winning football games.
Right, man. And that's at Notre Dame.
Yeah, for sure.
That's at Notre Dame where I think I'm safe in saying it wasn't as big a deal to them as it is here.
Yeah.
I mean, it is an ego thing that permeates outside the walls of the athletic department.
Yeah.
It is. And the fact that, I mean, that's why I'm almost willing to entertain
that they're actually going to do it.
That they're actually going to let it die.
Well, there's
because
a part of me
they
too.
have published the numbers.
So I want to read some snarky responses
before the first game.
Real fast before I proffer up a different theory. But Sam says, time to either let it lapse or collude with the city to be like, whoops, top 10,000 seats at the top of one of the stadiums have been condemned. And then he adds, sure would be nice to have a marquee game against Tennessee on the schedule, before finally saying, we'll add priority in the men's basketball and volleyball receipts if you buy football. Now, that might get people to buy them. But to go back to what you said about it, I think whenever we have this discussion, I have kind of thrown out the idea that I actually don't think that it is as important to the fans anymore as maybe the athletic department thinks that it is. And the reason that I say that is the responses we usually get. And the responses are usually, we all know it's fake. We know that this is a pretend thing. But I said
but
that.
But there are a lot of people out there that still believe it's legit.
And that's what I was going to say.
And they will still reference it. And the networks will still talk about it. And it will be said as if it's as common as saying, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
And so that's what I was going to say, because I said that last time, and you push back every time I bring it up. And another Husker historian pushed back and was like, you are in a bubble of diehard fans who care and are always listening, and they know what's currently happening with the program. But what about other people? This person said, if it actually died, your next show, you would hear from listeners you've never heard from before.
Absolutely.
And I was like, and so I say all of that to say this. Is that why they are getting so far out in front of this with WOWT, with advertisements in newspapers, with anything that they are doing? Because while we know, and I say that as you, me, our listeners, we are not the reason the sellout streak is alive. It is the people who show up 12 times a year, that they sit down and watch football 12 times a year, that they think about the team in the offseason, but they're not there every day in May talking about Anthony Calandria. And so they're like, we have to get this in front of them because it is actually dying right now, or it could if you don't, because you are who they need. They need those people. They need the people that aren't listening to us right now.
I mean, it would be, going back to Max's point, interesting to know what the number was last year. Where were they at last year with 2 weeks to go before the season?
Yeah.
Where were they the year before that and the year before that? I have no doubt that the situation is more dire today than it was a year ago or 2 years ago. And I think someone else pointed out in the YouTube comments section that, well, just how many dump-off tickets is a ticket broker going to take? I mean, 8,000 tickets.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's an insane number.
They're not good.
2,500 was like, because and don't quote me, but I thought that it was around 2,000 for the red out around the carpet thing, or the red carpet.
Red out around the carpet.
I thought it was around that number. But,
yeah.
I mean, John, 8,000. That is, again, I keep saying, but that's a preposterous number.
And again, for those, and Matthew has mentioned it, others have mentioned
we agree. You and I agree.
We agree.
It's not.
This has been artificially
real.
propped up for years.
Yeah.
But that's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is there are still hundreds of thousands of Nebraska fans who hear things like what we say and they go, it's the media, shut up. You guys don't know what you're talking about. You're being idiots. Correct. Or just don't pay attention that closely. And they're like, well, of course it's a sellout. It's always been a sellout. It's been a sellout since I was born. And they believe in it. Sometimes things earn a mythology of its own. This sellout streak has gotten to that point. It is a mythology around the program that people believe is fact.
And so here's what I would say.
And a lot of people believe is still fact.
And so if you and I agree, and Matthew and everybody else agrees, they have propped it up before, why aren't they doing it then right now? And maybe they will. There's 2.5 weeks to go, right?
I mean, a part of it is Dannon is trying, this is my belief, he is trying to turn over every stone to find money because they need it for NIL. It's a new line item that never existed 5 years ago on a spreadsheet. Now paying the athletes is a thing. So they need the money from wherever they can get it from. And they have decided, instead of just, hey, we're going to sell these off for dimes on the dollar just so we can keep the streak going.
His words.
Now it's, no, we're going to try to get more money because there's still a possibility. Again, not knowing the numbers from unsold tickets from previous years, there's still a possibility they'll end up ahead on revenue because they've sold more full price tickets because they were willing to take it up to the brink to get people to spend $25 or $30 or $50 on a full game price versus just saying, here you go. It's possible. I don't know if it's reality. It is possible that they could still make more money by not selling out all the tickets just simply because they didn't want to just hand them out to folks. But the thing that's most interesting to me is the numbers are out there. They are published.
Yeah.
People now know. And if all of a sudden we get an email from Keith Mann in a week or 10 days or the Thursday before the first game saying, oh, Ohio is sold out, there's going to be people going, how did you get rid of 8,000 tickets that fast? Because the cat's kind of out of the bag.
A lot of seats.
And so there's a part of me that is applauding the fact that the university's not hiding anymore. That WOWT placed a phone call and they said, yeah, here you go. Here's the numbers. Now, how many news agencies, I know I never have, but how many news agencies have pursued this story in the past?
I have to imagine there's been some that have done so and just gotten stonewalled, and so they just kind of moved on.
I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, Max says it's a good point.
They are willing to do it now. They are willing to do it now and to show you the raw numbers and to show you the facts. Hey, capacity is 82,000. Number of tickets we have is 82,000. We've only sold 74, or we've only sold 72.
Tommy says you can believe the sell streak is a real thing while also believing it's been propped up over the years. Is there a reason the two aren't compatible? It's not compatible because, okay, yes, I guess technically, if you want to say the tickets were bought, and so that is a sellout, yes. But I think it's a sham because it's one person buying hundreds or thousands of tickets. That's why I think it's a sham.
Corey says Dimes on the Dollar is sending it out to one news station and having all the popular radio shows and podcasts and YouTube blow it up. It's free press to get stragglers. Well, sure. But again, it's acknowledging it.
Yeah.
It's acknowledging that something is out there. And the fact that, and let's put that graphic back up for those of you watching it on the YouTube channel. And we always encourage you to like and subscribe. But again, the numbers are Ohio, and I'll just go estimates here. I'm not going to read the exact number. 74,000 for Ohio, 74,000 for Bowling Green, 74,000 for North Dakota, 72,000 for Maryland, 72,000 for Indiana, 72,000, almost 73,000 for Washington, almost 73,000 for Ohio State. Those are the tickets sold as of last Sunday.
Last Monday.
2 Mondays ago, August the 10th.
Mm-hmm. Text from the 402 says, it's a Thursday issue for me and every normal fan I know. Come on, 18 minutes and counting on this, whatever it is. Look, as much as you and I don't think that it's real anymore, this is still a massive story.
It's a massive story in that the
athletic department seems to be okay with it.
They're willing to tell everybody
that
this is real and that the possibility of this epic streak that they have used to come to define their football product.
And that the fan base is used to define themselves.
And the fan base has used to define themselves is being allowed to possibly die.
Plaquette says, the half-bit renovation isn't going to help solve anything or anyone wanting to go to that dump and waste a Saturday. Look, a large portion of this is coming down to the fans, or the team, rather. I've seen multiple comments, and I don't mean to ignore these, but I've seen multiple comments saying, hey, what about the cost of everything these days? Justin, keep in mind it costs more to go into a stadium and spend your money on beers with no ability to go out and tailgate. That's a big detractor. It certainly is. They've changed that over the course of the last few years. But, let's be honest, a whole lot of this is going to come down to comfort, yes. That's why I don't go to games. But also the team on the field. And think about that. The best teams are coming in and people aren't buying those. That tells a story in and of itself.
Sure,
Whereas
you've got the defending
years,
champs. You've got
easiest.
Ohio State.
Yeah.
You've got Washington on Halloween for a blackout game.
Mm-hmm.
You've got some attractive games. And I know there was the comment about Tennessee earlier. Listen, these numbers would not be I don't think these numbers would be a lot different if Tennessee were still on the schedule.
I don't need, to go back to that comment
Tennessee
from earlier.
would probably be in the same boat as maybe Indiana and Washington and Ohio State. They'd actually have less tickets sold because maybe people are more willing, because certainly Nebraska wouldn't have put a deal on the Tennessee game like they did for Bowling
Actually,
Green.
maybe Tennessee would be close to a sellout because Tennessee fans would be gobbling them up. If you could buy single game tickets to that, Tennessee would say, see it in town.
That's true. They did take over Ohio Stadium that one time.
Yeah, they would love to come. But otherwise, it wouldn't change anything from a Nebraska perspective.
Here's a weird question I just thought of. If you're a Nebraska fan who cares about the aesthetic, because I know some of you are out there, I don't care as long as they win. Fine. This question's not for you. But for those of you who care about the aesthetic and care about the visual, what is less acceptable? The sellout streak dying or 15,000 Ohio State fans coming in and invading Memorial Stadium? Or 15,000 Indiana fans or 20,000 Washington, whatever the case may be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A takeover, a small takeover of Memorial Stadium.
I mean, that's pretty bad when that happens. It's a pretty miserable experience.
I don't know what the number was, but the last Mike Riley game.
Oh, the Iowa game?
When they got skunked by Iowa.
There were a lot of Hawkeye fans.
At the end of the game, when most of the Husker fans had left, man, it seemed like there was a lot of black and gold in that place.
Mm-hmm. A lot of let's go Hawks.
Go Hawks. We just got a call from, I'm not going to name them, but they said that I think it was a nonprofit foundation that they work for. A lot of times, caller said that they get offered tickets. Just kind of, it's not announced. They're just like, here you go.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And those things may still happen. But again, the fact that they have publicized the numbers is rather interesting because it's really opening a lot more people's eyes to, oh, how did you get rid of all those tickets so quickly? Mm-hmm. And it's chipping away at the myth.
So do you think it actually ends? That's the question, right? Everybody is saying, all right, you guys have been talking about this for a half hour. What's going to happen? Do you think it's actually going to end?
Like what you were mentioned earlier, it seems like they're getting ahead of it. I think it's kind of a soft end. I think they're trying to soften the blow so when it does happen, because it seems like they're peppering everything that they can.
Look, if it does end, they would be able to say, we tried. We really tried. We've been telling you for weeks. We've been telling you for months that the tickets are available. We've been trying to get you to buy these tickets, and you didn't buy them. Of all the things that can happen for a football team, the team get better, the quarterback get better, the linemen get better, the defense gets better. There's only one thing that the fans can truly do. There's only one thing that they can actually hold ownership of, and that's this.
And here's one of the reasons why it's interesting that it's happening this year, as Jason points out on Twitter, on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. This department would be foolish to let this end the year before reducing capacity. Most folks who don't listen to your show or spend all their time on Twitter will be upset.
And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier.
It's already a year where people are like, they know that Matt Rule's probably here for a while, and they're kind of frustrated by that, only because if the season is another mess season, or dare I say a bad season, there's not a whole lot that's going to be done. Matt Rule's still going to be here next year. There's not that threat of the chopping block.
Year after that.
And so, yeah, that's just it's another thing that people can point at and say, see?
Well,
it's their fault.
John, how often do we talk about how important it is for the NCAA to not be in charge when players are employees?
Mm-hmm.
We can have the same conversation about the athletic director and the head coach of this team and this program if and when it dies, because you will always be the guy. That's the coach that was there when it died. That was the athletic director that let it die.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you and I think are in lockstep with how Dannon is handling this. I appreciate that from him. I like that he's treating this as let's actually try to sell them. Now,
at the same time,
in 2.5 weeks, I could be wrong, and suddenly they're not. But
it also opens the door up to more criticism.
It does. And I don't want to absolve him fully, and certainly not Rule. Dannon gave him the extension. There's a reason for the apathy this year.
Sure.
But the sin of this moment in time it's not just Rule and it's not just Dannon. It's Frost before him and Riley before him and televisions being bigger and beer being cheaper and in your own fridge at home and having a bathroom and having a comfy couch. Like, the sins of this are the economy.
Well, there's
a
multifaceted.
lot of stuff that goes into it.
They're multifaceted.
But sad Husker fan, I mean, he hits it. We're tired of watching Nebraska get their ass kicked. And that's inarguable point.
Of the two people that I know personally who canceled their season tickets this year, that was their reason. I'm tired of watching them get their ass kicked.
For sure. I honestly applaud any fans that actually have season tickets when the secondary market is so much cheaper and you can wait until the last second and buy tickets for. I remember getting tickets for $10 to an Ohio State game once. $10.
I mean,
I applaud people my parents. It's like, no offense, guys, but that's a waste of money. You could get them for way cheaper.
Paying as much as paying that much for some of these tickets and then knowing that they'll lose or watching them lose, it's like putting yourself in the C&T chair.
It really is, Nick. That's what Memorial Stadium has turned into.
It's a
one giant
C&T
C&T chair.
Well, it's a C&T bench seat.
That's true.
Unless you happen to have a club seat.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a C&T club seat with really poor leg room.
By the way, to your question, it seemed like most people agreed the takeover is way worse. I agree with that. I mean, the only argument for the sellout streak is it's been going on since 62. But having empty seats is fine. Having your stadium invaded by opposing fan bases is way worse, especially when it's a color that doesn't match the red. Ohio State's one thing. You can hear them, but when you can see the black and gold, or if Michigan were to come into town or Michigan State for some reason when they were good, that's pretty frustrating. Or if Tennessee, if that series ever happened.
Well, it'll be a little drama before the start of the season.
Yeah, 2.5 weeks.
I've always wondered about this for the longest time is how it would be handled and how it would be reacted to if the sellout streak were allowed to end.
Yeah, do they acknowledge it? Do they do a video? Hey, folks, it ended. Do they do that?
Well, I doubt they get the social media team to create some fancy video.
Ended.
I highly doubt that.
Nick, let's work on a graphic just in case. But yeah, does the number just not flip? Do they Husker fan? I don't know. Because I think
I don't know how they handle it either.
They want to acknowledge it in one way of thank you for doing it for the longest time, but now it's over. But it says weird. It's like a funeral.
Well, I remember because I remember when Notre Dame announced it. It was like the Thursday before the game.
And that's wild because in theory, there's still 2 days, right?
Right.
You can still do
it. They
said,
yeah, our sellout streak's going to end at 100 and whatever it was at the time. But they acknowledged it on the Thursday before that week's game, and I don't remember who it was against.
Yeah.
Or would it be a deal where it's like, well, it could end, and then there'd be cameras outside watching the lines outside the ticket office to see if people actually pick up tickets or not?
One more real quick. D'Lo says, if the Grum really loved this football program, they'd give away tickets to home games, not Oregon. We will give you the opportunity to buy home tickets to keep the sellout streak going. That's what we will offer here on the Grum.
We'll offer if the university is willing to give us whatever remaining supply they have left.
All 10,000?
For the Ohio game.
Not paper, please. Digital only.
That we'll do everything in our power to give them all away.
It would be funny to have that many paper tickets just in the studio, though.
Be caller 3 now, and you'll get a family 50 pack.
And the cool thing is, when we don't get rid of them, we can decorate the walls with it.
Oh man, Nick, that's
well,
a great
but they're
idea.
digital tickets, so they don't do paper tickets.
We can decorate the wall with QR codes, John.
That's fun.
That will be awesome.
Now that'd be a fun little giveaway.
It would.
A family 50 pack of tickets to see the Ohio game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up, we've got content. The most over and underrated teams in the AP poll since 2014. Someone's done the list. And also, did you know that you can vote for the Heisman?
What?
Yeah.
But I don't have a vote.
Or do you?
I don't know.
1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Real quick, a tweet from Husker Thunder. 26, didn't attend UNL. I got season tickets in 2024 when I could first afford them, but haven't gotten them since. Reasons include bad football, donation requirement, and older fans who get upset when you criticize the team. Come on, blue hairs. Let the young say that the team stinks.
Well, but are you being a jerk about it? Or
not Husker Thunder.
Are you swearing? Are you doing a lot of that?
It's a friend of the Grum. Friends of the Grum don't swear. We say, darn it.
Gee willikers.
Bingo. Thank you, Nick.
All right, you mother, father.
Nice.
It was 6 to midnight in the Bishop household last night. As
That
PCA
means boner. Oh, sorry.
Nice job, Nick.
It wasn't actually rolling over the aftermarket here. John had a boner last night. Like a blunder, like he had probably said a swear.
Merkel's boner. Yeah.
It was a White Sox boner last night.
As PCA became the first player since 2010 to hit a leadoff and walk-off home run in the same game. Mr. Crow Armstrong has you eating a lot of crow, which feels like a weird sentence in the grand scheme of things. Are you eating
How am I
him?
eating crow? I mean,
Remember
he's a good
May
ball
John?
player.
Remember May John?
Yeah, I didn't want to watch him. I didn't want to watch him
done
because
with
they
it
were
this
playing like
year.
crap. Now they're not playing like crap.
Unreal.
You know what? It's okay. You don't have. I'm tired of this stupid fan Nazi behavior where it's like, you got to watch every single second of every single game, no matter how good or bad the team. No, you don't. If you're not entertained by something, don't watch. If the Marvel movie starts sucking, you're not obliged to go buy a damn ticket and go watch another Marvel movie until they get good again. And it wasn't like I wasn't paying attention. I was still keeping track of the scores. I just wasn't going to invest time sitting there getting pissed off because the Cubs were giving up home runs left and right. Now they're hitting home runs left and right. It's
Cubs.
a good thing.
Wow. Nick, any thoughts?
No.
Okay.
MVPCA.
As we discussed yesterday, and close your ears, everybody, just in case, the AP Top 25 preseason poll is out.
God.
Give me a team in the top 10 that will finish unranked. Give me a team from 11 to 25 that will finish in the top 10. And is there anyone unranked you could see making the CFP this year?
Ole Miss, 9th. They will finish the season unranked. I am selling on the Rebs. Team 11 to 15 to finish inside the top 10. Give me... I mean, Texas Tech feels like such an easy pick.
That's a very easy pick.
USC is my answer then, John. Unranked to make it to the college football playoff. Boise, certainly an example that we could use here.
Yeah.
Navy. John, what about Navy? I'm going to go Navy. I'm not going to say any of the power schools. I'm just looking at G6 schools. Give me the midshipmen.
Okay, and 11 to 25. I mean, LSU is an easy pick, too, it feels like. LSU finishing in the top 10. Texas Tech's an easy pick. I'm going to go, let's see, is there anyone else? Screw it, BYU.
Ooh. Who's going to finish unranked from the top 10? Oh, here we go. He's going to say Indiana.
Indiana!
You're such an idiot.
You're out of here!
It's like you could read his mind, Josh.
Yeah. He has worked himself into a shoot with the Hoosiers. I don't know why he's doing this to himself.
No, I'm not. You got to pick somebody.
Yeah, but like,
It's
listen
easy.
to the joy.
So it's okay to pick on Pete Golding, but you can't pick on Cream Puff Kurt.
No, because
Pete
they're
Golding
good.
doesn't duck opponents.
Well, they're good. Indiana's good. Ole Miss is going to struggle without Lane Kiffin in charge.
I'm just saying I think Indiana will not have as good a year.
Okay, perfect.
Here's a list of most under and overrated teams in the AP poll since 2014.
Here we go.
What stands out to you?
Here we go. Who's the most overrated? Whoa, the Skurs aren't on here, John.
Not
the
only are
math
they
break?
not on here, they're not even in the top 25 because Brett
they've only made-
McMurphy did top 25 of each, and this is comparing preseason to postseason
Okay,
rank.
so that's because they've only, since 2014, they've only been a preseason top 25 team, I think twice.
Right.
2014
Yeah, so it's hard to
and
be
2019. Okay. So what else surprises us? Well, first of all, I would ask this. Indiana is the second most underrated team. How much of that is built off of the back of the last 2 seasons alone? But wow, look at the Big Ten represented in the underrated crowd. I guess there's some Big Ten teams in the overrated crowd.
There's quite a few in the overrated crowd.
Wow, Mississippi State's underrated. They suck now. That's pretty wild.
Oregon overrated. Interesting. Michigan overrated. Wisconsin overrated. It is interesting to see in the most underrated. You do have a lot of fringe teams like the Mississippi States that you don't normally talk about.
They stink now.
The Tulanes.
Tulane.
Good for them.
Good for Tulane. I hope Michael's listening to me for correctly saying Tulane.
Ma'am, that's not the yoga studio.
Tulane.
It's below you.
Wrong stairs.
Don't even go upstairs. You can just walk straight in.
This is something we never got to see
This is the
before.
third person I've seen do this week.
We should put a sign on it that says, "This is not where the yoga studio
the yoga
is."
studio.
We should put something up on the door that says, "Hi, you idiot. Why'd you walk up the stairs, you moron?"
We should have them look to your left, and then it's just us waving.
That's a great idea, Nick. Excellent idea.
Guys, did you know that fans will now get a Heisman vote? Through a new Heisman Hopefuls website, fans will be updated on the status of leading contenders, culminating in a popular vote to cast the first official ballot for the Heisman. Do you like this?
So wait, here's my question. I thought that we already had this. I thought the fans all voted, and then they gave the fans one vote. Is that not the case?
This is new to me.
It's news to me. Interesting.
Whoever finishes first, second, and third in the popular vote, that will be the fan ballot that goes into the actual Heisman race.
Oh, okay. Sure, why not? It's one vote. Who cares? There's like 1 billion voters for the Heisman.
I mean,
not you or me.
There's a good chance that the people voting in the fan poll watch more football than the people who actually have Heisman votes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not all the people, just enough.
Nice.
At some point, there will be NFL teams outside the USA. Goodell said during an interview with German media.
Designated Hitler.
It's by dry.
I have no doubts that this will happen one day. Will this be a bad day, a very bad day, or the worst day?
Worst as in worst, as in bratwurst.
Oh, I love brats.
This will be a very bad day. I mean, I still can't imagine how they're going to deal with the logistics. You can't just, I mean, it's crazy enough that the Big Ten is spread from sea to shining sea, but we can handle that.
Past the sea.
This is
from
over
sea
the
to shining
sea.
sea and then over
This
it.
is over the sea. So it would have to be multiple teams from outside the United States, unless we're talking Canada here. But I don't think we're talking about Canada.
No,
I think we're talking about Europe.
Europe with their Euros.
You know, sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's nice to keep our thing us.
Oh, here we go.
Keep our thing us. America first.
Interesting.
America NFL first.
In all seriousness, I couldn't agree with you more. It's the logistics of this are going to be a nightmare. The team from Europe would have to have a home base in America that they could stay at.
Mm-hmm.
The situation with the teams going over there. I mean, I know that teams play over in Europe right now, but it would just be a nightmare. And also the flying back and forth for that team, I just don't know how they'd be able to be good.
Josh,
they would get so beaten down over the course of a season.
I have a solution. The Jags already have a base here, so they just have to build one in Europe.
That's been the thought process for a while, is that, the Jags will
Well, I mean, the Jags are putting
London
$1 billion
town.
into a new stadium.
Plus,
so.
maybe they can use their
I
old
forgot
logo
about
again
that,
that looked
Sean.
like the car manufacturer logo.
The car manufacturer?
Yeah, there's that.
Oh, yeah,
It's an
I
English
remember
company.
that.
It's called
Yeah.
Jaguar. And then they got
Finally,
in trouble.
something beautiful you can truly own.
It's toasted.
I'm that weird guy.
That's what the money is for.
Oh, Don, I have 10 episodes left. I've been slow on my finish.
Yeah.
I am coming to the finish line
Is that
way
new
too
for you?
slow. It is, Nick. No, it's not new.
Yes!
Damn it. Walked right into that one.
There's some good drops in this segment.
Happer's meme guy says, schools in the South until the 60s, handshake meme, John, keep our thing us. They did be saying that, though. Dan says it's called the National Football League.
That's right,
for a
not the
reason.
World Football League. They killed those guys.
But they're called world champions when they win the Super Bowl.
Because we're the best in the world. Screw you, England.
If they do put a team in Germany, it could be the Nationalist Football League.
Oh,
that's a World War II joke.
Imagine the logo. They could have an eagle as their logo.
They could. Their
Very
colors could be
specific
red,
looking.
black,
You realize
and white.
many countries have used
Yeah, but
eagles. as their
there's.
logo.
I'm saying a very specific kind of eagle. You know, one.
Oh,
that,
is this another joke about the Philadelphia Eagles?
No, this is a joke about Nazis. John, I'm making a Nazis.
Nazis
joke.
were big on the Eagles and crosses.
You missed an opportunity.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, but
Listen,
yeah,
we all know that the Cowboys are
you
Nazis.
beat me to it too, Nick. I was going to bring up the cross that they had, their uniforms. They could be the exact colors.
They liked a very specific letter.
Yeah, exactly.
You have a chance to get a bonus entry into our drawing for a trip for two to the Oregon game.
road
brought to you
game.
by Woodhouse Auto Family.
Let's go.
Call Nick now and tell him what's for dinner.
Ooh.
402-951-1620. First one in gets it.
Ooh.
And you'll get a bonus entry into our drawing to send a pair of you to Oregon with airfare, hotel, $150 spending money, and, of course, tickets to the game. Brought to you by Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that
tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I'll eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, skin them, chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas going out to eat.
Tonight it's spaghetti.
Ooh, yum.
I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's just regular meat sauce. Not like meatballs. Sometimes we do the chicken meatballs.
Mm-hmm.
But she had the ground beef out, so I'm guessing it's just normal meat sauce, which is fine.
We have some leftover thighs from our chicken bacon ranch sandwiches last night. I'm going to do some thighs. I'm going to do some roasted potatoes and roasted broccoli. Look at me making things. I'm the one making dinner tonight.
It's roasted.
It's roasted.
We got Arby's last night. I wanted a sandwich and mozzarella sticks. It was awesome.
What did you do? What is that? The 3 and Me or something? Don't they have some combo now?
Probably. That's not what I got.
Oh.
I get the turkey bacon ranch with crinkle fries, my favorite Arby's fry, and I got the mozzarella sticks and a root beer. I don't know about tonight.
Baymon says, just pulled some chicken thighs off the grill, Josh. Let's go, Baymon. I saw Baymon recently. Shout out. Great listener. Great friend of the Grum. Anyone else going up the stairs wrong?
No.
Baymon has cool tattoos.
He does. Yeah, he's come out to a few of our remotes, hasn't he, Nick?
He has.
Speaking of remotes, I guess people can't buy them anymore. But we're going to be at Miracle Hill. The station is on Friday. We're going to be at the Phoenix. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, it is.
Come and say hello. Or maybe don't. I don't know if you're allowed. Maybe don't. I don't know.
Wait, of course they are. We're not taking over the whole business.
But it's an after party. So like people who play golf get the food and stuff. Like I don't. What if?
Well, then the plebes can just order the.
Hey, you smell good. You haven't been at the golf course today. No free food for you.
Oh, are you going to be the one at the door sniffing everybody?
No, that was your job.
Yeah,
we agreed on that. It was in the email, John. John has sniffing duty.
The shirt that you got says Sniff Master on it.
Yeah.
You didn't say that?
No, it
Mr.
I don't know what you're talking
Sniff Master John.
I think you're crazy.
Awesome.
You're both out of your
gourd.
Out of my gourd. Nice.
Gourd.
What do we have tomorrow, John?
Well, I guess SIP now.
Wow. I guess
until he cancels again.
Don't have to prep for that one at least.
Let's see.
Chris
25
Blair.
teams. It's LSU.
We all knew that.
Or will it be LSPU?
Wow. Rude.
Mm-hmm.
You going to say that to the guy's face, mouth, ears? You going to say that to the guy's
Are you
ears?
gonna to his mouth?
Are you going to sniff him, John?
Hey, I'm talking to your mouth here.
Are you going to sniff him, John? Ooh, Wes says I'll be there. Wes, we'll see you there on Friday.
Oh, John's going to sniff you, Wes.
We also have Dumb Debates.
We do.
And we have Mitch Holtis.
Mitch
Maybe some fallout from the sellout streak stuff. We got a nice message from a listener that I wanted to read tomorrow.
We'll get into all that. We'll continue to work on the checklist. We've got some good ones so far.
Yeah.
And we'll put it up on the wall and see if we get to check any of them off.
Gosh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see. I wish
Maybe
I could.
one of the things on the Chekhov list is continue the sellout
Chekhov's
streak.
list? Oh, good. There was a message that said that before we started talking about it. It said, what about the sellout streak? Could we put that in and they need to keep it alive?
No, because that's not on Matt Rule necessarily, not directly anyway.
No, I'm just largely.
All right. Well, that'll be tomorrow.
Awesome. Nice
you
job,
still
Nick.
have the rest of today to go and enjoy while the sun is still up.
I'm going to go walk Banks.
It's probably going to rain again in the morning.
Oh, gosh, it probably will. Those jerks.
You start raining in the middle of the day so it's not freaking Wrigley out in the middle of the night.
Good job. Bye-bye.
Bye.